Hey, chat. Welcome out to the stream, y'all. Yeah, what's up, Copper? You haven't seen any of Zendikar Rising? Zendikar Rising looking good. Changed the MTG Monday today. Yeah, a little bit. I've never actually done a set review, and I don't consider myself to be so experienced at it that you should value my opinion over someone else's, like, say, I don't know, LSV. But, I'm gonna give it a shot. If nothing else, it could be good for me to kind of figure out what my value of the different cards are going to be. Jack, I'm getting one of each, because I don't know which one I like more. And I usually like getting 2 boxes, so I'm going to get 1 draft box, 1 set booster box, see how it goes. What's up, Muzark? Not super sure if I'm going to play any Magic today, because it might just be a lot of talking as we kind of go over the new set. Podcast mode. Yeah, basically. 801138, thanks to the resub. Also, Stage Select Show gifting 3 subs earlier. Thanks, Stage. You're going all in on the collector's boxes? Dude, I was looking at those. And I was like, ugh, I don't know. I bought the collector's box of the... What is it? Double Masters? Now I'm like, this wasn't worth it. Yeah, me too, Jack. Me too. Like, because I go... The Mox boarding house right next to me has, all of their, like, pre-orders are through Card Kingdom, and Card Kingdom already said they were only getting half of what we wanted. Some good old SimCity music, by the way. Don't worry, it'll, I'm sure it'll get a little more upbeat in a second here. I've been purposely avoiding other vids just to watch me do a video on the set. Oh, thanks, Rock Blues. That's cool, I appreciate that. Visiting Mox, one of the coolest thing you did in Seattle last year. Which one did you go to, Jack? I'd imagine the one right in Seattle when you're here for PAX, right? Because the one in Bellevue is bigger and like way fancier and has like a dining area. It's like 4 times the size of that one. So I actually like the Bellevue one more, but whatever. I have Forb Zeb. Yeah, those are fantastic art. All right, so you guys ready to attempt this and see how it goes? All right. So I feel like before we begin, it's important to talk about the new mechanics that Zendikar Rising has, and what that means for Limited, and how that's going to affect your your choices. What's the general plan for the review? We're going to go through the colors white, blue, black, red, green. Going through all the commons and uncommons first. And then we'll do all the rares and mythic rares. And let's finish up that way. So, there's 3 big mechanics with Zendikar Rising. 2 of them are returning ones, which should be familiar to most people who have played Magic. One is Landfall, which of course is Zendikar, so it has Landfall in it, which is an effect that happens anytime you play a land. Another one is Kicker, one of my favorite mechanics, first introduced in Invasion. It's back again, where when you cast a spell, you can pay an additional kicker cost for a bonus effect for your spell. And the third mechanic that's showing up is Party. And Party is very much based on Dungeons and Dragons, where your creatures can form a party with a creature type warrior, cleric, wizard, and rogue. And you can have up to 1 of each. So a party of 4. So for example, if you got a creature that's a cleric, you've got a creature that's some like merfolk rogue, that means you got a party of 2 right now. So that's also going to be important because a lot of the cards also like you get so much of an effect or so much of a bonus depending on the size of your party.
Sweet.
What about the 2-sided cards? We'll get to those. Yeah, they also have the new modal cards, which are basically double-faced cards, which they had before in other sets, but rather than transforming into it, they're just completely different things. For example, some cards on one side is a creature or a spell. On the back side is a land. That's cool. I really like the implications that can have for limited and drafting especially. So, let's check all that. Luke1X, thanks for the Twitch Prime. So we're going to start off with white. We're going to go through all the commons and uncommons. I'm going to grade everything just on A, B, C, D, F. If you're not familiar with the grading scales, the way these are done, just remember that A's are like your bombs. Like if you windmill slam this down onto the table, you're going to freaking win. A plus, A minus, like just the best of the best. B's are also very, very good cards. May not necessarily the best thing in the world or completely unbeatable, but also super good, potentially build-arounds, but also like high priority picks. And then C, remember C is average. These are still just like good, fine cards to take. You'll still want these. Like, you can't just have a deck of all A's and all B's. Like C still kind of ends up being in there. There might be some just above filler cards in there, and that's what D's are. Anything rated D is filler. Like, I just need like a 14th creature that costs 3 mana. Here's a 3/2 vanilla that doesn't do anything else. And then F's are just unplayable. Like, do not put these anywhere near your deck. If you do that, I will judge you. Don't. But we'll give it a shot. Zarina's in St. Louis, thanks for the resubs. So while I'm going through this, again, I'm not so experienced at doing these that I am taking my thoughts as gospel. So if you have your own thoughts and want to discuss this with me as I go, please do. I think that would be very fun, very interesting. And I think it'd be great for us all to kind of get better at Limited if we were able to better properly grade these cards and like kind of figure out the value of them without having to necessarily rely on someone else's opinion. Are there any S rank? No, just A's. Sky Sharp. No need to make it that complicated, so just A's is the best. Okay, Kawaii Overdrive, thanks for the resub. Let's do this. I'll completely change the meta. Well, again, I'm just doing a limited set review rather than constructed Sky Sharp. I'm sure there are some cards in here where I'm like, this will absolutely change standard for sure. But we'll check it out. There we go. We'll start off with the Allied Assault. 2 and a white instant speed for up to 2 target creatures get +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of creatures in your party. So if you got a creature with Cleric, Rogue, Warrior, and Wizard, you get +X/+X equal to those. So at most, you can give 2 creatures +4/+4. Realistically, this will probably end up getting you maybe a +1, +1, +2, +2. And when you look at these cards, you gotta look at what's the most likely scenario and not what the best scenario is. Because the best scenario is you have 4 creatures out, and you suddenly give 2 of them +4, +4. That's incredibly powerful, but likely not what's gonna happen. And like that's a card that you definitely want to be using on the offense. And if you're already playing white, white's got clerics and warriors.
Sweet.
It's even at 3 mana, if you're able to give 2 creatures +2, +2, like that's still okay, but still not amazing. I'd lean just a C for Allied Assault. Like it's fine. Again, you don't want to cast this unless you're getting at least +2, +2 out of it. Anything less than that is not great. No, I'll go C-. Go down a little bit, C-. Am I tracking my grades anywhere? No. Rose Thorn, thanks for the resub. Are there any creatures in the set that are multiple classes at once, like Rogue Wizard? Technically, I don't think there are in this set, but there are creatures like Changelings, but they can only count for 1 at a time. So if you have like for some reason you have a Cleric Rogue, you don't have a party of a Cleric and a Rogue. You have to have one or the other. But yeah, but there are creatures that can be like, I can count as either one of them, but I believe the way it works, the way they explain the rules, it can only count for 1 of them at a time. Alright. I don't want to spend too long on this because this could take forever. Next card, Angel Heart Protector. 2 and a white for a 3/2 human cleric. Clerics, relevant. When the Angel Heart Protector enters the battlefield, target creature you control gains indestructible until end of turn. Not awesome. It doesn't have flash or anything like that, so you basically cast that to maybe allow a creature to attack in with indestructible. And unless you're hitting that onto anything with any kind of evasion, you're not going to get that much value out of it. So it's more of an offensive card. And 3/2 for 3 is just kind of like... It sure is. But sometimes if you just need a... If you need a 3/2 for 3, that's what that is. Yeah, I really don't see the ability being all that relevant in a lot of situations where this is going to be super helpful. It is at least a cleric, so it does have that going for it. But otherwise, not great. Angel Heart, probably just a D. Just a D for that one. For the most part, look at it as a 3/2 for 3 mana, and that's not that exciting. The Intended Healer, 3 and a white for a 2/3 uncommon cleric. Whenever you gain life for the first time, each turn, create a 1/1 white cat creature. And for 2 and a white, another target cleric gains lifelink until end of turn. Okay. Now, what's important is that you can't give another target creature lifelink until end of turn. It has to be another cleric. If you got more than 1 clerics out, you're not really filling out your party. Man, this just base power and toughness isn't awesome either. I'm probably incorrect on this just because I don't know exactly how many clerics are in this set, but if you have a lot of other playable clerics, this can go off. Like if you're just making 1/1s, even just chump blocks, that could absolutely be worthwhile. So I think if you got enough clerics to make it work, it's a C+. Because especially in limited, having a place where you can sink your mana is really important. If your deck has maybe around 7 or so total clerics, like C+. Not so good that, it's going to really make your deck win, but good enough that you can get a lot of value out of it. C+ if you got a lot of clerics. If you're just playing it like on its own and not really planning on getting a bunch of extra stuff on there, C-. Just kind of fine. Alright, Canyon Gerbora is a 2 and a white uncommon mouse. That's a 1/2. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. So this is very much an aggro card. Because again, with the landfall mechanic, that's only going to happen on your turn and at sorcery speed. Again, curious as to how well the how aggro is going to turn out in this deck, in this set. But if you're going to be playing like an aggro deck, spending 3 mana just to play a 1/2 kind of goes against what you want that to be. And then its stats are just kind of underwhelming. I think Canyon Gerbora is probably just a D. I don't really see it working out all that well. Yeah, I'm not crazy about it. Again, I could be completely wrong about it, but it just looks like a D to me. It is cute, though. It reminds me of a sugar glider. For 1 and a white, we have the Cliffhaven Sellsword for a 3/1 warrior. That's it. Just a 3/1 warrior. D-. If you need another warrior in your deck and you just need a 2-mana creature, it sure is. The 3 power is worthwhile because it can trade up, but the 1 toughness means it can get killed by anything, which makes it very not exciting. But again, if you just need a warrior and a 2-mana creature, you know, there you go. Yeah, I'm putting this at low filler in the D- range just because of the 1 toughness. Dauntless Unity, 1 and a white instant with kicker for 1 and a white. So for 1 and a white, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn, or if you kick it, creatures get +2/+1 until end of turn. That's such an underwhelming kick. Is it just me? Or is that like a super underwhelming kick? Like not even +2/+2, but +2/+1. I actually think I like just the 2 mana to give all your creatures +1/+1. I actually like that more than paying the kicker cost. This doesn't, yeah, this, if you got like nothing else, sure, but this does not feel very mana efficient. Otherwise, you can only kick once per cell. Correct, Copperfitch. They're actually an older set used to have multi-kicker, which allows you to pay it as many times as you could, but you can only kick it once. So giving all your creatures +1/+1. Again, this, if you're playing an aggro deck, this could be okay, but even as aggro +1/+1 is not awesome. Yeah, I think I still give this one a D. Not very exciting white card so far. Just a D. I don't think the kick is all that worth it. And you basically want to be going wide. And again, I don't know how the format's going to play out. I don't know if it's going to be that aggro intensive, but if you can attack with 3 creatures, give them all +1/+1 or +2/+1 if you could, maybe it'd be worthwhile. It's whatever. Am I doing the whole set? I'm going to do the whole set. Yeah, not crazy about Dauntless Unity. Next up, Classic Disenchant. 1 and a white. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. Hell yeah, dude. Bring back that alpha. This is a sideboard card. Ooh, is it? Nah, it's sideboard. Zendikar Rising has a lot of equipment in this set, which I think is super cool. I like equipment cards. And all the equipment cards actually have a thing now where almost all of them, when you play the equipment, you get to attach it right away onto a creature. Like, immediately. And that alone just makes them auras that can kind of recur themselves, which kind of makes you think, oh, if I have a disenchant, I can use that to stop those artifact bumps. But when you're playing Magic the Gathering, especially in the best of one ranked format, you don't want to be playing cards that are reactive. You want to be playing cards that are proactive and pushing your game plan rather than trying to deal with your opponent's game plan, especially when you don't know what your opponent's game plan is. Now, there are enough artifacts that this could end up being super relevant, but this is still just absolutely a sideboard card. And for a sideboard card, it's fine. C- sideboard card. Best of threes, I could see myself playing this for sure. I wouldn't hate having at least one in the sideboard. Next up, we got a Myria Captain, 3 and a white for an uncommon Angel Warrior creature. It's a 1/1 flying vigilance, and when it enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on it for each creature in your party. Now, this does target itself, so it is at minimum a 2/2 flying vigilant. 2/2 is not very good. Again, much like the Allied Assault, if you want to be getting having at least 2 party members to have it be worthwhile. A 4-mana 3/3 flying vigilance, that's actually pretty good, and that shouldn't be too difficult to get out there. Yeah, even if you're just playing like a 2-mana, well, so this is a warrior, so you need like a cleric or something else on top of it. But yeah, if you can hit at least 2, you want this to be worthwhile. If you just cast it on its own, you just end up with a 2/2 flying vigilance, you're already behind, and then you're already in trouble. And that's like some desperation stuff, so. Yeah, if you just have like one other relevant creature before that. Sure. I'm hesitant to give this a higher grade because it is contingent on having your other creatures out there to make it super worthwhile. But it can be good, so I would lean C- for a Myria Captain, just because it's relying on having other creatures out there. And if you're like having to do trades and you're behind already, again, Quadrant 3, say it's turn 9, all our creatures are dead, and then you top deck this, and this is the only creature you have to play. You spend 4 mana for a 2/2 vigilance while your opponent's got 2 or 3 creatures out. It's not great, so. But on the other quadrants, during the development or a parity, and you can get yourself up to, at max, a 5/5 flying vigilant. That's impressive. That's where it gets super good. But again, it just kind of seems contingent, so C- for Myria Captain. Party makes it punishable by removing other creatures. Exactly. And again, another thing you can do is that this is a trigger on the stack, right? Someone plays this, and now the trigger is, it's checking for how many creatures are in the party. You respond to that trigger by taking out one of their important party members. Wouldn't this always be a 3/3 at minimum? It's a 2/2 at minimum. It's always a 2/2 at minimum, Necra. And at a 4-mana 2/2 flying vigilant isn't good enough. But again, if you make it a 3/3, yes. So, C- for Myria Captain. Expedition Healer. 1 white for a 2/2 Vigilant Cleric. Expedition Healer has lifelink as long as you control another cleric. Yeah, alright, that's fine. It would check its... No, Necra, it's base 1/1. If it's counting itself as a warrior, it gets 1+1+1 counter. So then it's a 2/2. It's base 1/1, not base 2/2. I skipped a row? I did not. So 2/2 Vigilant. You know what? It's a 2/2 for 2. And that alone is like the, that's like the vanilla stats. That's fine. It's got Vigilant on top it. Vigilant isn't the most exciting thing in the world, but sure. But if you're playing white and you got the clerics for it, especially with like the attended healer, you're automatically getting lifelink off this guy. 2/2 lifelink, that's fine. Oh, I scrolled up too high. I'm sorry. So, 2/2 vigilance at minimum. Maybe lifelink. That's fine. That's a C. That's fine. 2 and a white for the Farsight Adept common is a core wizard at 3/3. So a 3/3 for 3. Again, vanilla test. That's good. Already good. When it enters the battlefield, you and target opponent each draw a card. Huh. That's really interesting. I like that it's a wizard in white. You wouldn't expect to see that. And any kind of card draw in white. It's also really cool. I don't hate it. Again, I'm thinking of the aggro kind of play set. And if this is aggro, I actually would like this a lot for aggro, because usually when you're playing so many cards and just like curving out real fast and just running out cards in your hand, being able to replenish it is very difficult. But if you can get a 3/3 down and then be able to draw a card on top of that, even if your opponent draws a card, I think that's worthwhile enough. I typically don't like giving your opponent an opportunity to draw a card, but it does hit yourself too, so you're not losing out on card advantage by any means. I actually like this a lot. I would give it a C+. A 3/3 for 3? Sure, your opponent gets a card, but so do you? I think it's fine. I'm up on that one. And it's a wizard. Like, I don't know how many other wizards are in white, but I would give it a C+. Am I rating these for limited or standard? I'm doing it for limited. Just limited. It's the only wizard in white for Zendikar. Yeah, there you go. So again, if you're trying to build a party and you need wizards, you might need to grab one of those. But I like the stats. I like that it draws you a card. Especially for the aggro playstyle. Yeah, I don't hate it. Next card, Fearless Fledgling. It's a 1/1 uncommon griffin. It's a 1/1 creature with landfall. So anytime a land enters the battlefield under your control, it gets a +1/+1 counter and gains flying until end of turn. So this is another one of those creatures where if you are able to play this on turn 2, this can get to be pretty worthwhile. If you play this on any turn, if you're not playing this anywhere between turn 2 and 5, then it's kind of a dead card. Yes, not only does it, when you're behind, this doesn't help get you ahead by any means. Because he only gets flying until end of turn with the landfall, which means basically to get that value out of it, you want to be able to attack with them right away. And if you're already behind, you're not going to be attacking anyway. He's just going to slowly get bigger. Yeah, that one's tough. I would lean kind of leaning a C minus for it. I don't think it's awesome. Just don't think it's awesome. It'll be a 2/2 flyer at most. Not necessarily. It'll be a 2/2 creature or a 3/3 creature, and sometimes it'll get to fly. That said, if it goes unanswered, it could absolutely end up being a threat. Yeah, I'd still lean C minus for it. Like, maybe C. Like, if you are able to play it out early on, if you manage to draft a spicy fetch land, it'd be really solid. Oh yeah, absolutely. Any kind of fetch land with this would make it super good. I don't believe they have any in this set, though. Even like Fabled Passage, or if they have Evolving Wilds, that'd be great. Like, Evolving Wilds would be super powerful on that. But otherwise, I think this one just requires too much to be put into it before it starts getting good. And it's more likely just to be kind of be underwhelming. That's my guess. Again, haven't played the format, so I don't know for sure. Yeah, I'd lead C minus for Fearless Fledgling. Just kind of requires a lot for it to be worthwhile. Hey, Daz Page. Next card is Journey to Oblivion, 4 and a white enchantment at uncommon. This spell costs 1 less for each creature in your party. Okay. When Journey to Oblivion enters the battlefield, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until Journey to Oblivion leaves the battlefield. Okay, so here's your Castaway, here's your Seal Away, here's your white enchantment base removal. It's on the expensive side, but if you're able to have just one creature out, at 4 mana, it's still fine. And if you got 2 or more creatures at 3 mana, it's great. And it's white-based removal, which you always need. So the fact that it's removal automatically makes it good. It's not necessarily the most mana efficient things in the world unless you've already got creatures out there. But the fact that this hits anything, hit planeswalkers, it can hit enchantments, it's any non-land permanent, does help it out a lot. And Journey to Oblivion is that, like, you'll want one in your deck. When you're drafting, you'll want one. Like, you'll want that unconditional removal. Just exile that out of here. So Journey to Oblivion, I think that's a B minus. B minus. I'm giving it a minus just because at worst it's a 5 mana exile at sorcery speed. That's a lot. But if you can hit it for 4, acceptable. 3 or less, awesome. But you'll want one, so be honest with that. Next up is the Kabira Outrider. 3 and a white, human warrior at common. It's a 3/3. When it enters the battlefield, target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature in your party. So, again, at minimum, you're giving some creature +1/+1 until end of turn because he himself is a warrior. Otherwise, a 4 mana 3/3. Not great. At best, you're giving a creature +4/+4, and then you have to attack with it. So if you're already kind of winning and you need something to bust through with, sure. If it's +1/+1 counters, it'd be awesome, but till end of turn makes it less exciting. Just a D+ for him. Yeah. Just a D+. I could see situations where with an aggressive enough deck, this could help get like a flyer or something else that's relevant in. But otherwise, it's just going to be filler. D+ for that one. Next card is Kabira Takedown. 1 and a white, instant at uncommon. It deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control to target creature or planeswalker. More importantly, this card is modal, and the other side is the Kabira Plateau. It's a land that enters the battlefield tapped. Add 1 white. So, these cards are fucking cool. So on one side, we have an instant spell where you can play it as that, or if you don't need the instant, you can just play it as a land to help get your mana. These are so cool. I love these. These are so cool. So the best way to, man, these are tough to grid because you gotta like count this part of it too, right? So Kabir Takedown deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control to target creature or planeswalker. It is at instant speed. You have to choose a constructor or time of casting. Time of casting, like when you play the card, you get to choose. You've never live drafted dual face cards. What they do, Father Rogar, is in booster packs, they'll include like these blank checklist cards in the back. You just write down and mark which card you have. And you just put that into your Magic deck instead to kind of hide it. You just keep these cards off to the side. Or if you have sleeves, you can just sleeve them up. Then you can't tell. So this is if anyone's familiar with the card Outflank, where it deals damage to target creature equal to the number of creatures you control, but it has to be attacking or blocking. This gets around it. It doesn't have to be attacking or blocking. This is another one of those removal spells where you want this to be at least 2. Like if you got 2 creatures out, it doesn't have to be party, just your number of creatures. At least 2. Then this is worthwhile. And if for some reason you don't have the creatures, you don't have a removal spell, you can just play a tapped land to help curve out. I like this. I don't think the removal is as good as, say, Journey to Oblivion, because this is like non-conditional, just get rid of it, and this is damage base. I would give this an easy C+, I think. MMO Addicted with 100 bits. How do you hide it in your hand if you don't have a sleeve? Yeah, so, yeah, they give you like these proxy cards. I don't know if I've got an example. Yeah, they basically, in booster packs, they include a little like small list. They'll just like mark all these cards down, and you just like check off which one you have. And then after you like play that out of your hand, you like grab the actual card off from your side pile or something. It can stop Ugin before he does his ability. It cannot Bahamut. This would not work against Ugin. The ability would still go off. You do the damage to him in response to it, but his ability would still go off. But yeah, C+ for this. MMO Addicted another 100 bits. Would have been simpler just to print them half-half like the adventure cards. They've already done that before. Where they call them like split cards. Where it has both spells on one, and you can cast one or the other rather than having either face. So it's a little bit different. They pretty much already did that, and they didn't want to further confuse people. Let's keep moving on. Next card is the Kaitel Cleric. At uncommon, a 1 for 1 white cleric, 1/1 creature. It has kicker cost 2 and a white, and it's flying. And when it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, tap up to 2 target creatures. Ooh, interesting. This reminds me of cards like Ardenvale Tactician, where being able to have white creatures that allows you to tap down your opponent's stuff to help you be aggressive. is the kind of stuff you actually want. And then at the beginning of the game, it's like a 1/1 flyer. That's still fine. Any kind of aura or equipment onto him makes it even better. And it's also a cleric, which is relevant. Where do you see the rarity of the card? This symbol right here shows rarity Midna. This is like the set symbol. Black is common, silver uncommon, gold rare, and the orangish color being mythic. I'm addicted to another 100 bits. Thanks for being patient with me and answering. That's no problem. I mean, that's why we're all here. We're all just kind of learn the set and learn magic. I like this guy. It's an early game aggressive card, 1/1 flyer, like a 1/1 with evasion, tight. And then if you get him late, or if you're like stuck, being able to tap down your opponent's creatures and allow your creatures to get in can be very good. It doesn't help if you're super behind. And like this is the only creature you have out because like those creatures will just untap on your opponent's next turn, and you don't need to kick it. But I like this guy enough. I would C+ it. I'd be happy grabbing one of these. I like the tap down ability a lot. Again, especially if you're playing an aggro deck, this would be a good aggro curve out to help get your creatures in there. Next card is the Core Blade Master, 1 and a white warrior creature at uncommon. It's a 1/1 double strike. Equipped warriors you control have double strike. So he himself is already a 1/1 double strike. And if you have other warriors with any equipment on them, they become double strike. Double strike is very powerful. And again, I think there's enough equipment in here that drafting equipment cards and playing them to pump up your creatures, that could be super worthwhile. Just because so many of the artifacts equip as soon as you play them. Like, you don't have to pay the extra mana to equip them on top of it. Like, they just hit a creature right away. I'll have to see how this plays out. It is only 1 toughness. So on his own, say you don't have any creatures or any other artifacts or any auras or anything, he's still just a 1/1. And that isn't awesome. I feel like he could be like a potential build-around card. If you're just grabbing warriors and equipment, maybe. I'd lean C for Core Blade Master. I like it has double strike. Any kind of extra power onto that just makes him a much bigger threat, especially only at 2 mana. The 1 toughness is scary enough. And anything outside of a 1/1 will be able to just trade out for him as is. But I see potential there, especially with knowing what equipment is in this set. So, C for Core Blade Master. Next is a Core Celebrant. 2 and a white Core Cleric. At common, it's a 1/4. Whenever the Core Celebrant or another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life. So, for 3 mana, you get a 1/4 that gets you 1 life, and then any other creature gains you 1 life. This is definitely a card that's going to be on the control side. Like, if you're playing, like, blue-white or white-black, maybe, this is not an aggro card. Do not put this into your red-white deck. That's not going to work there. I don't think there's a whole lot of super worthwhile life gain effects. There's that one other cleric where you can get a 1/1 cat anytime that happens. But it just doesn't seem all that exciting. It just kind of seems like, again, some filler. Even that filler, not great filler. A D for Core Celebrant. And again, I feel like it's a D in like blue-white control. Because the 4 toughness is relevant, but you would probably want that more in your control deck than anything else. I don't see it fitting anywhere else. So D for Core Celebrant. Next creature is the McKindy Ox. 4 and a white Ox creature at common. It's a 4/4. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, tap target creature an opponent controls. That's fine. 5 mana 4/4 is about right. You get to tap one target creature if you manage to get a land. Not bad. Not awesome either. It is pretty beefy enough that you can tap down your opponent's biggest threat and allow your Ox to get in. Again, it kind of helps you break parity. It's got enough power and toughness that helps you when you're behind. And then if you're already ahead and you can continue to keep up the pressure, maybe it's better than I think. The 5 mana is tough though. I feel like if you're playing something for 5 mana, you want something that has a bigger impact. So I don't think it's awesome, but I don't hate it. I would say a C- for McKindy Ox. Does that sound fair? C- for McKindy Ox? Yeah. Yeah. Next card, a McKindy Stampede, so just a horde of Oxes. A 3 white sorcery uncommon. Creatures you control get +2/+2 until end of turn. More importantly, it's a modal card. So flip it around. It's another card that enters the battlefield tapped, allowing you to add 1 additional white land. I think as is, I would give this a C-, well, maybe even a D+, just because it's sorcery speed, give your creatures +2/+2. And if you got a lot of creatures out and you got 5 mana, sure. But the fact that you can use it as a land does make me like it a bit more. So because of that, I'd bump it up to a C-, only because it has the land option. And chances are, you'll probably play the land more than the sorcery part of it. Is D essentially 1.5 out of 5 stars? Yeah, D is, if you use like the LSV scale, that's basically like a 1.5, give or take. Yeah, I'd only lean C- for it just because it has the land option. Well, I still have 5 mana. Nah, change my mind. I'm gonna stick at D+ for it, even with the land option. D+. See, the way like this land things work, I could see drafting a deck in such a way that I'm only playing like 13 basic lands, and my other land options are these modal cards. That if I have the land I need to play, I can, but then I got a spell option on top of it, just in case. Any A-rated cards so far? Not yet, but we're still just going through the commons and uncommons. Next card is the Mesa Lynx 1 and a white cat, a common. It's a 2/1. As long as it's not your turn, the Mesa Lynx gets +0/+2. I like him. I'll give him a solid C. Why C? Because early game, if you need to be aggressive and the opponent has no blocks, you can start getting in for 2. And the moment your opponent has a creature that stops the Mesa Lynx, you keep it back, you got yourself a 2/3. I like it. C for Mesa Lynx. Don't hate him. Definite C. Next card is Nahiri's Binding. 1 white for an aura. Enchant a creature or planeswalker. Enchanted permanent can't attack or block, and its activated abilities can't be activated. So here's your pacifism for this set. At 3 mana, the double white makes it so you can't really splash it, but otherwise is solid. B. Just B. Take something out. Just removes it. Easy B for Nahiri's Binding. Now, what's important is that because this doesn't remove the creature from the battlefield, that creature can still be part of your opponent's party. So also keep that in mind when you're using your removal spells, when it doesn't actually take them off the battlefield. Next up, Paired Tactician, 2 and a white, uncommon, human warrior, that's a 3/2. Whenever the Paired Tactician and at least one other warrior attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on Paired Tactician. Okay. I actually like that as an aggressive card. White's got a lot of warriors in it. If you played M21 at all, it's like the makeshift battalions, but it's much easier to pull off. As an aggressive card, I actually like that a lot. I'd lean at least a C for Paired Tactician. Is there a party system for this set? Yeah, there is. I'd say C for Paired Tactician, not C+, because, again, you got to be attacking in to get the value out of it. Oh, you just got a vanilla 3/2. And if you're already behind or not in a good position to attack, you're not really getting much out of it. So, C for Paired Tactician. Next is Practice Tactics. For 1 white mana instant, choose target attacking or blocking creature. Practice Tactics deals damage to that creature equal to twice the number of creatures in your party. So it does 0, 2, 4, 6, or 8 damage. This isn't really unconditional removal or even super reliable removal. Now, it does have the stipulation that it has to be an attacking or blocking creature. So you can't also just use it anytime you want. It has to be being done during combat. And if you cast this onto your opponent, it's always possible for them to respond by removing one of your creatures that's in your party and weakening the spell. The narrow window of having to use it during combat makes it a bit clunkier to have, but it's not terrible. It's like a slightly cheaper Impeccable Timing, more or less. But you know, again, if you just if you need like something that resembles removal, it can work. I think it's just a C for Practice Tactics. Practiced Tactics. Jesus. Yeah, just a C. If it was if it didn't have the combat step requirement or restriction in there, I would like it way more. But otherwise, it's just a C on its own. The next card is Pressure Point. 1 and a white, instant at common. Tap target creature. Draw a card. Every fiber of my blue player being is like, oh. I could see this card being fine in your blue-white control deck, or whatever control deck. The cantrip does make it a little bit better. You basically want to cast this on your opponent's turn to prevent them from having some attacks. I guess you could do this to try to open up a window for your creatures to get in. The fact that it does draw you a card helps it a lot. Otherwise, I don't think it's awesome. I'd probably still give Pressure Point just a... probably just a D+, I think. I just feel like there are better options out there. Yeah, just a D+. Again, you want your spells to be affecting the board state way more than just singularly tapping a creature. But it is what it is. Just give it a D+. Don't feel awful for playing it, but also, like, I just feel like there are better options out there. Like, I'd rather play multiple pair tactics over Pressure Point. Next card is the Prowling Felidar. 3 and a white cat beast at common. It's a 2/3, just running away with someone's arm. That's hilarious. It's vigilant. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on Prowling Felidar. Ooh, okay. So this is very similar to that fledgling who gets flying until end of turn. Only this one is vigilant, and it's already a 2/3 at 4 mana. So why is this one common, but the other one's uncommon? Well, because this guy cost 4 mana. Which in the developing stages of the game is when you want to be playing your lands. You already got most of your lands out, and you just kind of have a 2/3. I could see this being strong if you're playing a game that's going longer. I don't hate it. Just the fact that it already costs 3 mana just makes me kind of less excited about it, though. My first thought is maybe a C. Should we just assume Zendikar will go longer than usual? I honestly think so, Chibiacer. Especially with the modal lands and so many lands entering the battlefield tapped, I think this is going to be a much slower set compared to M21 or Amonkhet Remastered if people played that. I would lean C or C- for Prowling Felidar. Probably C-. Yeah, I'd say C-. Maybe about as long as Eldraine. Ooh, man, I hope not that long. Eldraine goes on forever because there's so much food that people kept getting life. Not super certain how that'll go in this one. Yeah, I'd say C- for Prowling Felidar. Next up, Resolute Strike. For 1 white at instant common, target creature gets +2/+2 till end of turn. If it's a warrior, you may attach an equipment you control to it. So this goes back to the equipment cards like I was talking about earlier. Not only is this like a combat trick, if you got an equipment out, you can attach that onto him right away to get like a further bonus on it. Without the equipment part, without the warrior part, it's an okay combat trick. This is like a C- combat trick. But if you got the equipment out there to support it and the warriors to support it, that makes this that much better, because now you're getting the +2/+2, you're getting what else, everything else that's also on the equipment that's going on to it. It's not exactly a build around card, but like that can be a pretty impressive extra bonus. Again, just the 1 mana +2/+2, that's like vanilla level already, and just has some potential upside on it. Yeah. C for as a combat trick. And then any other equipment onto it would just make it that much better. So just a C. If you need combat tricks, there you go. Next card is the Seagate Banneret. 1 white for a core warrior common. 1/2. And its ability is 4 and a white. Creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. I actually like this guy. If it's your turn 1 play, awesome. Might kill a couple of swings in. And then after turn 1 and you start filling out the board and you got a mana sink to start pumping your creatures. Even though in most situations you'll only be able to activate it once. But on wide boards, that can be a lot of power. He's not amazing because, again, if your board's empty and you draw him on turn 9, that's the only creature you have. That sucks. But everything else on actually works out pretty well. I like him. I'll give him a C+. I'd C+ it. Oisenberger with the Twitch Prime resub. Looking forward to the amazing warriors in this set. Yeah. I like him. Yeah, C+ for Seagate Banneret. I could see the late game options there. It's good in most situations. Next spell is Sejiri Shelter. 1 and a white instant at uncommon. Target creature you control gains protection from the color of your choice until end of turn. And it's a modal card. It's a land that enters the battlefield tapped. Add 1 white mana. I like it. We got to see how worthwhile protection from color was in M21. Because not only can you use this to save one of your important creatures from removal, you could also use it as a potential way to set up to get in for past blockers, to get in for lethal. And if for some reason, you know, this is actually one of those cards where I don't know if I would play the land side of it. I think this side is too valuable to play the land. Like, even if you got this just in early on, I think I would still hold on for the shelter part. Yeah, I don't dig this, but just the 2 mana protection I think is more worthwhile. That's how I would see myself playing it. Unless for some reason I have like no creatures or good target for this or something. I don't know. Ooh, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to think of situations where I'd want to play the land instead of just having the protection. Whoops. Go back. Yeah, maybe if I like, it's my opening hand, I only have 1 other land, then I guess. But yeah, I like it. I think I'd lean. I'd B- this one. Yeah, B- on Sejiri Shelter. I like it. Yeah, that's like the only situation I can think of and where you'd want to play the land part. It's like your opening hand, you have 1 plains, and that's it, no other lands, and you're just like desperate for another land to be able to play, then you kind of like have to. And at least there's the option there, but yeah. You have to be careful with protection because it makes equipment fall off. Only if the equipment is colored, which some of it isn't. Same thing with auras. Anyway, yeah, B- for Sejiri Shelter. I like this effect. We're almost into the end of white here. Next up is the Shepherd of Heroes. 4 and a white Angel Cleric at common. It's a 3/4 flying. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life for each creature in your party. Which includes itself, so at minimum, you're getting a 5 mana 3/4 flyer that gains you 2 life. Potentially some more life on top of it. It's not bad. I think I would consider this kind of playable. Like 3/4 flyer is very relevant. Its 4 toughness does set it up as a potential blocker. The extra life can buy you some time to be able to attack back, especially to get more than 2 life out of it, even better. And it's a cleric. I actually like it. I'll give it a C. I don't think it's going to be so good it's going to like swing the game for you, but I like enough that I'd play it. C for that one. Alright, next white card, Skyclave Cleric. 1 and a white. For a uncommon creature, it's a cleric. 1/3. When enters the battlefield, gain 2 life. And it's the modal land. Yet another land enters the battlefield tapped. And allows you to add 1 white mana. Well, the creature side kind of sucks. I guess. I could just C- that one. Well, no. Take that back. I'd say I'd lean D+ with the creature side. But the land side helps it a little bit, so... You know, either D+ or C-. I guess I'd lean C-. Just because of the land side. But yeah, this is a creature you want this in your control deck, or rather than your aggro deck. Like, you don't want... Who cares about gaining 2 life? It's a cleric, I suppose. And I just have the land option, but I don't think it's awesome. Now, stick to my guns. D+. D+ on it! Next card, Smite the Monstrous. 3 white, instant speed, common. Destroy target creature with power 4 or greater. Yeah, sure is. I feel like this is a card that people tend to overvalue. Because you're like, oh my god, yeah, this destroys like any big creature. That's awesome. Okay, sure, but... it has to be something with power 4 or more, otherwise it's just a dead card in your hand. And it's at 4 mana. The instant speed does help it, but still at 4 mana just to take something out for your removal. This isn't like a premium, unconditional removal spell. This has like a lot of stipulations to make it work. There are better removal options, but if you have no other means of taking out big stuff, like if you didn't get any of the enchantments that just exile stuff, then yeah, then you can. But otherwise, Smite the Monstrous isn't great. This is an easy D+. But otherwise, is a good sideboard card. Like if you're playing against green ramp, that's constantly playing big stuff, sideboard these in because you're not going to be facing big green things. But otherwise, on its own, not awesome. D+ for Smite the Monstrous. And the final white common is Tazim Raptor. 2 white bird at common. It's a 2/2 flyer. When it's the battlefield, you may return a land you control to its owner's hand. Oh, there we go. This is the only common and uncommon white card that does this. So when you look at this, you think, oh, well, doesn't that suck? Like, doesn't it just kind of slow down your tempo? Well, if you do it right and you got landfall creatures, that land bounce can actually end up being super good. On, say, allows you to like get another landfall trigger on your next turn, basically. Or if you haven't played a land for turn, like say it's turn 4, right? And you didn't draw another land, but you already got the 1/1 uncommon fledgling out there. You play that hawk for 3 mana, put him down, bring one of your tapped lands back to your hand, put down the land against the untapped, get the landfall. Helps get you an extra trigger on top of that. More importantly, if for some reason early on, if you for whatever reason like had, remember we brought up the situation where opening hand, no other lands, so you had to play the Sejiri Glacier as a land. Tazim Raptor allows you to return this to your hand, and boom, now you got yourself a spell again. So this can actually work really, really well with the lands that enter tapped. So, actually, no. The more I think about it, I like Tazim Raptor a lot. I'm leaning C+ for that, just because of the landfall triggers and these tapped lands coming back. I actually like that a lot. So, 2/2 flyer at 3 mana, vanilla test already is fine. Already good. But being able to get an extra landfall back, and more importantly, if you had to play a tapped land, return that back to your hand, and then suddenly have a worthwhile spell, even better. I don't think it's quite B-. It's not so good that you want to windmill slam these into your deck and not look at anything else. It's still better than it normally would be. I would get C+ for Tazim Raptor. Easy C+. So if you know you have like a couple of these in your deck, I would be less worried about playing the tapped lands on my spells. I like that a lot. Tazim Raptor's cool. Yeah, C+. That's cool. Just thinking of this stuff makes me excited to play this set. This is gonna be cool. This is gonna be a fun set. That's it for whites, commons, and uncommons. That took longer than I thought. Let's move on to blue. Wish there was an easier way to do this. Zendikar Rising. Common and uncommons. Alright, moving on to blue. Other full art lands for this block? There is! First blue spell! Blue's my favorite. Anti-cognition! 1 in blue instant at common. Counter target creature or planeswalker spell unless the controller pays 2. If opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard, instead counter it, then scry 2. This actually works pretty well as an early game counterspell to shut down some creatures. Like if you see your opponent tap out and you say like pay 2 more. But then if the game goes late and they have a lot of cards in their graveyard, well now you have an Essence Scatter with upside. That's Maudiel Fire. Thanks for the Twitch Prime, by the way. I actually like that. It's not immediately like the best thing in the world because, again, if it somehow gets to turn 9 and your opponent doesn't have any cards in their graveyard and they got a bunch of mana out, this could just end up being a dead card. But the potential spell, especially if you build any kind of mill into your deck. So as a draft card, I guess I'd have to see how it actually plays. Or how the set plays, but I'd lean just us. I think giving it a C would be greedy, so I'd lean C-. Yeah, C- for it. Do I prefer to do a grading like this for new sets before I get to play it? This is the first time I've ever done this, Geraldo. But this is very much like a lot of things that people like to do with Magic whenever a new set comes out. Again, I'm just looking at limited. If they pay 2, do you still scry? No, it's only you only get to scry 2 if your opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard, and if they do, they can't pay. It's automatically countered. So it has some potential upside in there, but again, it needs that setup. But for an early game Essence Scatter, I like it. But yeah, C-. The next card is Bayeen Veil. 1 in blue, instant uncommon. Creatures your opponents control get -2/-0 until end of turn. And it's a modal land, allowing you to play the Bayeen Coast, which allows you to add a blue mana. Oh, man. I'm usually not really impressed by spells that's like all your opponent's creature gets -2/-0 until end of turn. That usually ends up being like a defensive reactive play. Like if your opponent swings out and you kind of shut down a lot of their damage, that buys you a turn. See, this is one of those cards where on its own, this is just like a D. But it does have a land, so it does give you a little bit extra options in there. So for some reason, if you draw it early, play the land. If you draw it super late, well then you have a trick just in case. I think that helps it a little bit. I'm not super excited about it though, so I would give this one a D+. But otherwise, I don't like it that much. I need to blow my nose. One sec, chat. Yeah, this set's hitting Magic Arena on Thursday? I want to say Thursday. Next card is Bubble Snare. That's adorable. 1 blue for an aura. But also as kicker, Tuna blue, enchant creature. When Bubble Snare enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, tap enchanted creature. Otherwise, enchanted creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. I like that. I like that. Again, it's all like the white enchantment-based removal, like the passivisms, where it doesn't remove them off the battlefield. So it doesn't remove them from party or anything like that. But otherwise, it's like Charmed Sleep. It's like Charmed Sleep cost, basically. And if you can get this down for 1 blue, awesome. I think, yeah, I actually like this a lot. Better Capture Sphere? I would say better Capture Sphere, because Capture Sphere was at least instant speed.
Sweet.
This one is not. But still worthwhile. I would give it a... I like it. I'll give it B-. Lord Omujin, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime resub. If it didn't have the kicker cost, I would not like it at all because, again, your opponent's already tapping or attacking you. And you have to react to that. But because you can kick it and tap down a creature, it does help. So, yeah. I like Bubble Snare. B- for that one. Next card's Cascade Seer. 3 blue for a 3/3 Merfolk Wizard. A common. It's a wizard. When it enters the battlefield, scry X, where X is the number of creatures in your party. Okay, so at 4 mana, it's a 3/3. At minimum, scry 1. If you get to scry 2 off it, even better. Anything more than that, just super strong. But for the most part, I'm just going to look at it as a 3/3 scry 1 4 mana creature. And remember, anytime you get to scry, that does help set you up for some card advantage. I like it. I'd play it. I'll give it a C. Cascade's here, C. And it's also a wizard. Don't hate playing that. Yeah, average with slight upside, so C. I like it. Next card, Chilling Trap. 1 blue instant. Target creature gets -4, -0 until end of turn. If you control a wizard, draw a card. They've had effects like this in previous sets, and those ended up being better than I thought. Usually giving a creature -4, -0 until end of turn as a combat trick isn't awesome. I would be interested to see how important the cantrip aspect of it ends up being. But I'm not super sure on that. Because like the red, like there's always blue-red spells matter kind of deck. And if that's the thing in this set again, this could really... could end up being super relevant, especially for wizards. Otherwise, yeah. It's not as good as something like So Tiny from Eldraine. Because So Tiny Eldraine was an aura, so it actually kept it on there, and it had flash. So this makes this kind of worse, even with the card draw on it. I'd probably just say D for Chilling Trap. I think there's just better spells you can do. D. E. Even with wizards. What does Cantrip do? Cantrip is basically any spell that you can play that immediately allows you to draw a card. It's not actually like a mechanic or keyword or anything like that. That's just what players call cards that when you play it, you get to draw a card on top of it. Yeah, a spell that replaces itself. Next up, Cleric of Chill Depths. 1 blue Merfolk Cleric at common. It's a 1/3. It's a blue cleric. I'm gonna guess this is the only blue cleric. Whenever a Cleric of Chill Depths blocks a creature, that creature doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. I always like these frosty boys. Stuff like Frosted Links, Ice Wall, etc. Like if you're playing like a blue control deck, like that's actually a solid blocker. I like that. And it's a Cleric in blue. Again, this isn't going to be like so exciting. You're like, hell yeah, give me a shit ton of these, because this doesn't help you win the game. That just makes it harder for your opponent to win. So I wouldn't like say it's the best thing in the world, but I wouldn't hate playing it in the 2 slot. I would give it a D+. I do like it as 3 toughness to help it survive. But yeah, D+, Cleric of Chill Depths. Next card is Concerted Defense at 1 blue, instant uncommon. Counter target non-creature spell unless its controller pays 1, plus an additional 1 for each creature in your party. So it's like a Spell Pierce, but clunkier. Ugh, don't like that. That feels like that is a clunky counter spell. The anti-cognition field just seemed better than this one. Yeah, don't like that one. Like I can see situations where it's worthwhile, even potentially as a sideboard if you're playing against someone who's got, I don't know, maybe like you're intentionally holding on to it to stop like a Planeswalker cast or something. Then I could see it being helpful, but I don't think I would mainboard this one at all. D- for Concerted Defense. Just seems too clunky to make it worthwhile. D-. You know, you're going to worry about it having it with 1 island tapped. Well, if that's the case, you just wait to play your spell until you have 1 extra mana or extra mana out. Same way, like, again, from like a draft limited standpoint, just like playing your hand and not worrying about your opponent is not good Magic. Waiting until you have ways of protecting your big spell or your important creature, that's the better way to do it. Yeah, I'd still say D-. People are going to fucking play it for sure, but maybe I'm super wrong. There's so many clerics and rogues that this ends up being way better than I realize. That's always possible. But as for now, I'm going to give it D-. I feel like it's probably going to end up being better than that. Next card. Cunning Geyser Mage. 2 and a blue. For a human wizard at common, it's a 3/2 with kicker 2 and a blue. When he enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, return up to 1 other target creature to its owner's hand. Hell yeah, I love these cards. Six mana is a lot, but being able to bounce back a creature always ends up being worthwhile. It's a wizard. Playing as vanilla as a 3/2, 3 mana is just fine. But I always like the kicker effects. It is a 6 mana bounce spell, which is a lot though. Which doesn't make it as good as something like Roman Ghostlight or Mana War or anything like that, but I'd be happy playing at least one of these. I would say C- for Cunning Geyser Mage. Because chances are it'll likely just end up being a 3/2 for 3. But if you end up getting late and you're able to bounce something, then it's even better. More importantly, it's 1 other target creature. It doesn't even have to be an opponent's creature. You can target your own. If you get frosted down or exiled from an enchantment or anything like that, or pacified, I should say, you can bounce your own creature back to be able to play it again. So C- for Cunning Geyser Mage. Next up, Deliberate. 1 in blue, instant to common, scry 2, draw a card. That's fine. It's fine. I don't know what other card draw spells are in this set. That's fine. Probably just D plus it. Yeah, sure. I mean, like, I guess. Yeah. That is a card. D plus. Moving on. Expedition Diviner. 3 and a blue for Merfolk Wizard a common. It's a 3/2. That's flying. As long as you control another wizard, Expedition Diviner has, when this creature dies, draw a card. Okay. I think I like this guy more than I should. A 4 mana 3/2 flyer is already pretty solid for on its own. It's like the Drake. What the fuck's the name of that Drake? Whatever. But if you have another wizard, it kind of gives it extra upside. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. C- for Expedition Diviner. Wing Drake, thank you. Wait, no. Snapper Drake? What's the 3/2 fucking blue Drake that's been around forever? What is it called? You know, it doesn't matter. I give up. Don't worry about it. Is it just Wind Drake? I thought Wind Drake was the 2/2. Not important. Moving on. Field Research. Tuna Blue sorcery at common with kicker Tuna Blue. Draw 2 cards. If this spell was kicked, draw 3 cards instead. Oh, okay, it's a divination. Divination with potential upside. Because divination is Tuna Blue, draw 2. And then if it's super late, you could pump 6 mana into it to draw 3. Yeah, alright, I like it. C-. Like, it's a divination on its own is already fine, and if for some reason the game goes real long and you need to draw 3 cards at 6, that's about right. Yeah, C- for Field Research. I would never kick this spell. Yeah, the chances of you wanting to kick this spell is very low. Because typically when you play card draw spells, you play it early in the game where you're so safe that you can just draw the extra cards and it doesn't really matter. Or you're able to pay just a little bit of mana to draw cards and then have mana afterwards to continue to play cards then. So it is just a divination, but again, if it's turn 13 parity and you and your opponent are stuck and you're suddenly able to draw 3 extra cards and his hand's empty, that could be huge. I think it ended up being better than people realize. I would give that a C-. It's just a divination with upside. The next card is Glacial Grasp. 2 and a blue instant at a common. Tap target creature. Its controller mills 2 cards. That creature doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. Draw a card. Alright, there's a lot going on there. Again, I've always kind of liked these kind of frosty cards. The mill 2 is relevant because we've seen cards where stuff that gets your opponent's graveyard up to 8 cards is relevant. You get to freeze them down, and you get to draw a card on top of it. I like Glacial Grasp. This is a Jared card. I like this. And the fact that you get to draw a card afterwards, that's nuts. So this is like a cantrip with like a lot of effects going on. C+ for Glacial Grasp. Super good. It doesn't hit the B range because it doesn't outright remove a creature or take care of anything else, but wow. C+ for Glacial Grasp. I like that. Next up is Into the Royal. 1 in a blue instant at common with kicker 1 in a blue. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. If this spell was kicked, draw a card. Oh, it's Blink of an Eye. It's Blink of an Eye. Like, it's this is a functional reprint of Blink from Dominaria. So, still good. This is one of those cards where you would want to play it if you can play this with the kicker cost, you want that. Blink is a reprint from Into the Royal? Oh. Well, one or the other. Yeah. So the reason you want to play this in such a way that you get the kicker out of it to draw a card on top of it is when you do a bounce effect, you want to play these in such a way that you're not putting yourself at a card disadvantage. Because if you take a creature and just put it back into their opponent's hand, well, he still has a card in his hand, and that thing goes in the graveyard. You're down a card. Now, if you do this in response to, say, a combat trick or an aura going on to it, that way you at least get one card into the graveyard while the other one goes back. That helps it a lot. So, when you play bounce spells like that, you want to play them in such a... You want to play them like that. That's why the kicker is so relevant, because now you can bounce something back. Either draw a card on top of it, so you're not at a disadvantage. But I always liked it in other sets, so I would give this one a C. Especially if you can kick it. Mr. Crimson, thanks for the resub, my dude. What was Into the Royal originally in? Was it an original Zendikar? I didn't play original Zendikar. Original Zendikar? Okay. That makes sense. Next card is Jwari Disruption. There's no way I'm going to pronounce that correctly ever. 1 in a blue instant and uncommon. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 1. But it's a modal card, so it also has the Jwari Ruins land on the backside. As a counter spell, it's bad. But it does have a land option. Yeah, it's censor, but either mana or instead of cycling. Which I'd rather it cycle. So, these are those kind of cards where it's most helpful in the early game. And then after that, it loses its value. But typically, counter spells in limited are tough to make worthwhile. Ooh, I don't think I like it. I think I would just give it a D. I feel like people are gonna play this more often than they should. And maybe I'm just undervaluing the land part of it. Maybe D+. Because like after turn 5 and your opponent just has 5-6 lands out, whatever it is, this is no longer helpful. Then you just want the tapped land. This is one of those cards where I feel like I need to see how it's played to really get a feel for it. At first look, I'd lean D+. Because it's basically only... This card is only good turns 1 through 5. After that, way less helpful. Next card is Living Tempest, 4 in a blue, 3/3 elemental at common. Flash! Flying! Hell yeah. I always like these cards. I think it's just a C. Yeah, instant speed flying blocker. Yeah, great. I'd play it. C. Really not much else to talk about. It's just solid.
Sweet.
HP Colin, thanks for that Twitch Prime. Can flash block? Yeah, after they declare their attackers, you flash in your creatures and then declare blockers. Next card is Lull Mage's Domination. X blue, 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 sorcery at uncommon. This spell costs 3 less to cast if it targets a creature whose controller has 8 or more cards in their graveyard. Gain control of target creature with converted mana cost X. Okay. This is the kind of late game card that if you want to really like turn the tables, this will do it. Especially if they have 8 cards in their graveyard that just basically gives you 3 free mana to your X costs. The only thing that's clunky about it is that it does cost 3 blue, but the fact that you want to play it in the late game makes it a little bit more digestible. Typically, these kind of take control of target permanent cards usually cost like 6 mana these days, sometimes 7 mana. Oh, that's a great point, Necra. It's not even an aura. You just get them. There ain't nothing your opponent can do about it without a bounce. Game-winning bomb in draft? I don't think it's quite game-winning bomb. Because... man, it's just expensive. It's another one where it's like, what's the speed of the format? If the speed of the format is super slow and you got time to pull us out, hell yeah, then it's super good. If it ends up being like medium or fast speed, well, then it's a bit on the rough side. I want to see this one played. But especially with like the mill side of it, if you can like set up the mill to make this cheaper, that becomes so much better. So much better if you could make it so your opponent has 8 cards in their graveyard. I'd lean either C+ or B- for it. But man, I gotta see. Really curious about this one. I'd play it conservatively and just say C+. But I could see this thing like really taking off. That's an interesting card. Merfolk Falconer's next. 3 blue blue for Merfolk Wizard at uncommon. It's a 4/4 flyer. Whenever you cast a kicked spell, scry 2. I like it. I think this is an easy C. A 4/4 flyer for 5 mana is a cloud elemental or air elemental, sorry, which is fine. That's good. Still good. Turns out still good and limited. The kicked spell bonus on top of it, I can't foresee being super relevant in most games. Most games. Not always, but most games. But otherwise, a 4/4 flyer for 5 mana, I think is fine. Easy C for Merfolk Falconer. Next card is the Merfolk Windrobber. 1 blue for Merfolk Rogue 1/1 uncommon. That's flying. Whenever Merfolk Windrobber deals combat damage to a player, that player mills a card. Sacrifice Merfolk Windrobber. Draw a card. Activate this ability only if opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard. I fucking love this guy. What the shit? That's awesome. I love him. This is so cool. I'm into this. And it's a rogue, so you can hit it with your party. Yeah. I like him. He's not gonna, like, blow the pants off your opponent and make you win the game, but I'm super into this dude. That mill part can help set up so many other cards. I like it. Wow. Blue looking neat. Again, conservative C+ for it, but depending on how the set goes, especially with the mill aspect, could be a B-, but I'm into him. I like this guy a lot. Kajur, thanks for the resub. Next up is Negate. 1 in blue, instant common, counter target non-creature spell. We all know and love it. This art fucking rules for it. This might be my new favorite Negate art. I feel like it's a, ever since like Ixalan. At some point they said all Negate art must be some dude doing blue magic-y stuff, stopping some orange magic-y stuff, so it looks really good. I like it. I like that art a lot. But otherwise, it's a counter spell. It's fine. Just counter non-creature spell. It sure is. Just C- for that. And again, it could also be an even better sideboard card if you're facing against someone who's got non-creature spells that you have no other means of answering or other big stuff. But that's fine. C-. Next card is Risen Riptide. 2 to blue. Elemental at common. That's a 0/5. Okay. Whenever you cast a kicked spell, Risen Riptide has base power and toughness 5/5 until end of turn. That's fine. This is a great control card. 5 toughness creature at 3 mana. That's going to protect you against almost everything. And then if you're able to ever kick a spell and it becomes 5 power, 5 toughness, that's actually quite a bit. My first thought would be like Into the Royal. Just get a blink effect to suddenly draw a card, make this into a 5/5. Especially if you set this up as a blocker. Kick a spell in response at instant speed to make it into a better blocker. But otherwise, is a solid wall. Especially for control decks. C-. I like C- for it. I want to see if there's enough cheap kick spells that you can keep swinging in with this as a 5/5. I'd say probably not. But I like him as is. I wouldn't pick it over most other cards, but that's neat. Next card. The Root of Drakes. It's an enchantment at uncommon for 1 blue, but as kicker for 2 and a blue. When Roost of Drakes enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, create a 2/2 blue drake creature token with flying. Whenever you cast a kicked spell, create a 2/2 blue drake creature token with flying. Huh. I think that's better than I realize. See, normally spells like this are early game great, because like you're just setting yourself up for potentially getting more kick spells and just getting some 2/2 flyers out there. But normally when it's late game and you're just got like, oh, I got just 1 blue enchantment that doesn't affect the battlefield, that's not very good. But if it's late game, you can kick it and still get a 2/2 flyer out there that additional kick spells just keep getting a value on top of it. This requires some math where it's like how many spells with kicker do you need in your deck to make this super worthwhile to really start going off? But I could see it being good. I would give this like a build around B. Build around B for Roost of Drakes. The fact that it can kick itself and at least get you a 2/2 out there helps it a lot. Yeah. I would make a kicker deck just making Roost of Drakes go off, especially getting multiples. Next up is Ruin Crab. It's the crab. An uncommon crab. For 1 blue, it's a 0/3. With landfall, whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, each opponent mills 3 cards. If I'm ever I would do a draft where I would just grab every single goddamn crab I could to just ruin your opponent. It's uncommon though, so you're really not going to be seeing a lot of crabs in such a way that you can just be like, hell yeah, crab tribal mill deck, let's go. It's uncommon, so it's going to be harder to put together. But I'd absolutely play it. Like, this is, again, this is one of those cards where early on, it's a solid body to help blocks a lot of stuff. Anytime you play a land, you're just damaging your opponent. Yeah, exactly. You just ruin your opponent. I like him. I actually like him a lot. Probably more than I should. It's not one of those cards where not super helpful in the late game where you just need blockers, because he'll probably die to your opponent's bigger stuff. But he is a crab. I like him. I would give Ruin Crab a B-, especially if you're setting yourself up for the cards that want stuff with 8 or more cards in your opponent's graveyard. I remember Hedron Crab. But I want to ruin crab someone for sure. For sure. All right, moving on. Seafloor Stalker. It's a tuna blue Merfolk Rogue at common. That's a 2/3. And for 4 and a blue, Seafloor Stalker gets +1/+0 until end of turn and can't be blocked. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each creature in your party. Okay, so he is a Merfolk Rogue. So it's a 3-mana 2/3 where for 4 mana, it becomes a 3/3 unblockable until end of turn. That could potentially be cheaper. I think I'm into him. This helps get you through board stalls. It's solid early on. Yeah, I actually like him quite a bit. I would give a C to Seafloor Stalker. Especially if you got enough creatures in your party that you're able to activate that for only 2 or 3 mana, and then be able to activate it more than once a turn to give him additional power. I actually think he'd be pretty good. C for Seafloor Stalker. Com Thief, thanks for the Twitch Prime resub. Yeah, exactly, Duck of Death. I was just saying, I think people might forget that, but you can activate this more than once a turn just to get additional power. Oops. Next card is Shell Shield. Common instant with 1 blue, kicker 1 colorless. Okay. Target creature you control gets +0/+3 until end of turn. If the spell was kicked, that creature also gets hexproof until end of turn. Yeah, okay. It's a 1 more expensive dive down. That's exactly what it is. But that's a cheap kicker. So, okay. Going back to Roost of Drakes, anytime you cast a kick spell, you get a 2/2 blue drake. These are the kind of kicker cards you'd want to get with it to activate Roost of Drakes a lot. Like, that's great. Especially the fact that the kicker cost is only 1 uncommon. More importantly, it's the hexproof to help protect your important creatures. This will also activate the Risen Riptide. Yeah, so if you want to do like a kicker deck, Shell Shield's like one of the better ones I've seen so far that help you activate it. I'll give a C to Shell Shield. I love that it's got hexproof. Give him some toughness. Give him some hexproof to protect it from removal. Yeah. C for Shell Shield. Next card is the Silundi Vision. 2 and a blue, uncommon instant. Look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal an instant or sorcery card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. It's a modal card, so it's also a land. Enters the battlefield tapped for blue. I personally was never big on cards, where you just look at the top X cards of your library and just pick one out and put the rest on the bottom. I think the way you want to look at this card is reverse it. This is the main card. It's a land. The main card, like the main card is a land, right? And then if for some reason the game goes late and it's already like turn 6 or 7, you got enough lands out, and you have this as an option, that makes me like it more. So rather than be like, oh, it's this spell, it kind of has an okay effect, and land, that's all right. Reverse the thinking. It's like, oh, okay, it's a land, but more importantly, I can help find something that's super worthwhile when I need it. And it is at instant speed. Not amazing by any means, but again, that could end up playing better than I realized because I haven't played the fucking set yet. I would give it a C-. C- for the land with potential upside. It's a land with upside, not the other way around. We'll have to see. Next card is Skyclave Plunder, 4 and a blue sorcery at uncommon. Look at the top X cards of your library, where X is 3, plus the number of creatures in your party. Put 3 of those cards into your hand, and the rest of them on the bottom of your library in a random order. Interesting. This is a 5-mana draw 3. That's great. And then if you have any amount of creatures in your party, you get a little bit of upside on top of that. This might be the best draw spell I've seen so far. Can we call it Lanticipate? Yes. Yeah, 5-mana draw 3 with potential upside. That's actually pretty cool. I like that. If you don't have a party, this does nothing. No, if you don't have a party, it's draw 3 because it's X. X is automatically 3 plus additional party. So it's at minimum 3. I'm into this one. That's solid card draw. A card draw doesn't necessarily like help you suddenly win the game in most situations, but like for card draw spells, I think this is the best one I've seen so far. Either a B or B- for Skyclave Plunder, I'd say. That's cool. I'm into that a lot. I would say B- because it's sorcery. No party, draw 3. At 4 party, you effectively scry 7, pick 3. Exactly. Well, not exactly scry, because they have to go to the bottom of the library. You can't put them back on top of your deck. Yeah, it's not even draw the cards, just put them into your hand. Yeah, we'll go B-. I like it. Next card is the Skyclave Squid. 1 and a blue squid at common. That's a 3/2 defender. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, Skyclave Squid can attack as though it didn't have defender. Hell yeah! Skyclave Squid's great. C+. Like a 3/2 defender that easily trades up, and if for some reason it's at the early game and your opponent hasn't played anything down, you can get in for some extra damage. Yeah, I'm into Skyclave Squid. C+ for the squid, yo. It's kind of like Drowsing Pteranodon. It's only 2 power, or it's only 2 toughness, so smaller creatures can't take it out, but like, really look at it as a defender, and you might be able to squeak in for some extra damage on top of that. C+ for Skyclave Squid. The Sure-Footed Infiltrator is the next card. It's a 3 and a blue Merfolk Rogue at uncommon. 2/3. Tap another untapped rogue you control. The Sure-Footed Infiltrator can't be blocked this turn. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. I'm not as big on this one as some of the other cards. The reason being, a 2/3 at 4 mana is on the weak side. Being able to attack in there unblocked to be able to draw a card requires you to tap down another rogue, which means you need another rogue. And if you do that, you're effectively tapping down 2 of your creatures to get in for 2 damage to draw a card.
Sweet.
And for some reason, there's no creatures out, and he does manage to get in there. That helps a little bit. But it's going to be difficult for him to do so. I'd lean C- for the sure-footed infiltrator. If you got enough rogues to get in there, that card advantage is going to help a lot. But yeah, looking at missing a lot of rogues. Boney plays. Thanks for that Twitch Prime. Again, I could be mistaken just based on the availability of rogues and how often he's going to be able to get in, but I feel like his power and toughness is just a bit on the low side for me, so C-. Next card, Tazim Royal Mage. 1 in a blue Merfolk Wizard, a common. That's a 2/1. Kicker, 4 colorless. When Tazim Royal Mage enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. So at 6 mana, you get a 2/1, and you get to get a spell back. These cards have always proven to be better than you would think in other sets. And I feel like that might be the case here as well. 6 is a lot just to get a 2/1, though. It's not the best body in the world. But being able to get back an instant or sorcery, especially if it's like one of your removal spells or card draw or anything, can be very powerful. I think this is another one that could end up playing a bit better than you would think. Otherwise, just a 2/1 body you can have early on as a blocker. I'm assuming this format's going to be slow enough that you can get the value out of it, just based on what I've seen so far. So for the Royal Mage, I would give it a C. Not C+ because its numbers aren't awesome. But I have seen the return instant or sorcery effects be super good before, and I feel like it could be the case here too. Next card is the Umara Wizard. 4 in a blue for an uncommon Merfolk Wizard. That's a 4/3. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery or wizard spell, it gets flying until end of turn, and it's modal, which means it also has the blue tapped land on the other side. I actually like it. I'm trying to think of board states in which it being flying until end of turn is it being super worthwhile. We have seen a fair amount of wizards. Yeah. I'd say it's solid. I can't decide between a C or C+. It'd be C+ if it gets like enough activations from its ability. It can fly in a lot, which I'm not certain it'll get that. The fact that it can be a land early on does make this a little bit easier to swallow. Yeah, actually, you know what? Because it has the land option, I think I would go C+ for it. C+. Next card is the Wind Rider Wizard. 2 in a blue for an uncommon human wizard. Okay, another wizard. It's a 2/2 flyer. Good. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery or wizard spell, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. Okay, yeah, 2/2 flyer that lets you loot. Especially if you got a lot of wizards. I like him. I think he's an easier C+. Very efficient. I like that. C+ for Wind Rider Wizard. And finally, the last blue common is the Zulapart Duelist. It's a 1/1 human rogue at common for 1 blue with flash. When he enters the battlefield, up to 1 target creature gets -2/-0 until end of turn. Its controller mills 2 cards. Okay. Wow, with flash and well, that's generous. It's still just a 1/1 at the end of the day. Basically, you're playing 1/1 for a chump blocker that mills your opponent too. That's the best way to look at it. Which is fine. What was the other guy? Like, if I had to play a 1/1 for 1, I'd rather it be the Merfolk Robber, for sure. But he's, yeah. You're basically just gonna chump block and mill your opponent for 2, and then he'll just kind of die. I don't think he's so exciting where you're just like, yeah! But this can help you set up your mill decks, where you want your opponent with 8 cards in their graveyard. So, I'd go C-. Just C-. It's just not a big enough body. C- for the Zulapart Duelist. That's it for blue. I like a lot of the blue that I saw in this set. It's got rogues. It's got freezy boys. It's got crabs. Blue's looking good so far. I'm more excited about blue's option than white that I've seen thus far. Next up is black. Black from Zendikar Rising. Commons and uncommons. Let's see what black has got going on. The very first one is Acquisitions Expert. A human rogue, uncommon for 1 in a black. It's a 1/2. When Acquisitions Expert enters the battlefield, target opponent reveals a number of cards from their hand equal to the number of creatures in your party. You choose one of those cards, that player discards that card. So, at minimum, you get a 1/2 for 2 mana, your opponent discards a card. If you got additional party members on top of that, you can get a body out there on top of like a Mind Rot effect, basically. Oh, no, I'm sorry. So they reveal that number of cards, and you get to discard one of them. Okay. I don't think I like it very much. Probably still just go C- for it, I think. It's a 1/2 burglar rat. Yeah, kinda. No, not even C-, like just D+. Just D+. Yeah. Not the, for 2 mana, not the greatest body in the world, and early on, they're just gonna throw away something they don't care about. And if you're hitting the late game, you'll probably still hit a land out of your opponent's hand. Yeah, I like it. And the more I talk about it, the more I go down. From just D for Acquisitions Expert. No, thank you. No, thanks, D. Next card is the Black Bloom Rogue, another rogue. 2 in a black. Human rogue uncommon for 2/3 with Menace. Okay. And it gets +3/+0 as long as your opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard. Damn, now that's a payoff card. If you milled your opponent enough, you got a 3 mana 5/3 Menace. That's awesome. More importantly, It can also be a land. I'm into this. I think even if you don't get the mill part of it, that you have a 2/3 menace for 3 mana. This is actually really solid. Super solid in common. I think this is just like a solid B. I like this one quite a bit. B for Black Bloom Rogue. Yeah, I really feel like that menace is gonna be super relevant. That's a great uncommon. Yeah, exactly, Omnifarious. The fact that it scales into the mid-late game helps it so much. And if for some reason you're just not... If you just need the land, you got the option there too. I love it. Super cool. Next card is Blood Beckoning. It's a sorcery at common for 1 black with kicker 3 colorless. Return target creature from your graveyard to your hand. This spell was kicked. Return 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, so it's a Raise Dead with potential upside at 4 mana. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. C. Raise Dead was always helpful. Like when your biggest, best threat in your deck gets taken out, being able to return it back to your hand and ruining your opponent's efforts to take it out is super helpful. And if it's late game and you're able to kick it to get 2 cards back, even better. I'll give it a C for Blood Beckoning. Next card is the Blood Chief's Thirst, another sorcery at 1 black. This one's uncommon, with its kicker cost being 2 and a black. Destroy target creature or planeswalker with converted mana cost 2 or less. If the spell was kicked, instead, destroy target creature or planeswalker. Oh, okay. So, it's a sorcery speed, destroy cheap creature or planeswalker, which, let's be real, it'll be creatures. Or for 2 black, you get to just destroy any target creature or planeswalker. For limited, that's solid removal. I don't like that sorcery speed. But I love that you can use it early on to take out something cheap, and then if you end up drawing it late, you can take out something bigger with it. That actually helps it a lot. Seems like sideboard? I disagree. Not even sideboard. This is easy main deckable. For limited, easy main deckable. It's great early on. It scales late game to take out anything you want. Yeah, actually I'm into this quite a bit. I'd give this a B. That's solid removal. B. Pancake, thanks to the Twitch Prime resub. Next card is Blood Price. 3 and a black sorcery at common. Look at the top 4 cards of your library, put 2 of them into your hand, and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. You lose 2 life. Okay, so it's a sorcery speed dark bargain. But you look at the top 4 instead of the top 3. That's fine. I don't like that sorcery speed. Usually, for these kind of cards in black, I like it being instant because you can kind of keep your mana up for options until your opponent's end step. Taking your turn off to do this isn't awesome. But taking 2 cards out of 4 is fine. I'd lean D+ for Blood Price. Like if you need if you need a means to get extra cards and you're in black, like yeah, it's there. You're not super excited to play it, especially at 4 mana, but like the option's there. So D+ for Blood Price. Next card is Deadly Alliance. An instant at common for 4 and a black. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature in your party. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. Sick. Instant speed destroy. Even at 5 mana, I'd play it. Which at worst, it's going to cost 5 mana, but again, solid removal. I like Bloodchief's Thirst a little bit more because it's a little bit more mana efficient, even though the speed isn't as good. But if you're able to get, if you have just 2 party members out and you can play this for 3, that is awesome. I think it's just another B. Yeah, just another B for Deadly Alliance, especially at instant speed. It does look like an orgy, yeah. Hold on. Yeah, it's basically an orgy, only with knives. They're all stabbing them. This guy's having both an awesome and terrible time at the same time, just like orgies. Next up, Demon's Disciple. Tuna Black, uncommon human cleric. That's a 3 and a 1. When he enters the battlefield, each player sacrifices a creature or planeswalker. B as in A, B, C, D, F, Tiro. Oops. Malferris, thanks for the Twitch Prime resub. I don't think I like this guy. Are there payoffs or something somewhere in there? Like a 3 mana 3/1 is not very good. I guess you could sack one of your cheaper creatures to keep him in play, but he still only has 1 toughness. I don't like this guy. Am I missing something? Yeah, you can sack him to yourself. I'm not into it. I feel like I'm missing something, but I would say just like a... Oh, man. Maybe D-. I don't like him. I gotta be missing something, though, right? Like, I'm looking at this guy, I'm like, D-. Ugh. Not into it. Yeah. There's gotta be some synergy or something I don't know about it, but this card looks bad. Next card is Drawn a Silencer, 5 and a black vampire rogue at common. That's a 3/2. When he enters the battlefield, target creature an opponent controls gets -X/-X until end of turn, where X is another creatures in your party. This one also seems bad. A 6 mana 3/2, not even with kicker, who at best giving a creature -4/-4. Yeah? That would take out most things. At worst, get something -1/-1. That's so expensive. No. Compare this to something like the Blitz Leech from Ikoria. Blitz Leech cost the same amount, but had flash and was a 5/2. This thing only being a 3/2? No, I don't like this guy. Ugh. Like, yeah, like D-, maybe D at best if you got the party payoffs. But like, really, how often are you going to have all 4 members of your party? I think it's D- for Drawn a Silencer. Too expensive. No way. Not into it. Moving on. Next card is a Dreadworm. A 4 and a black worm horror common. It's only a 5/4 though. Those are bitch numbers compared to Crawlworm. But it has landfall. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, Dreadworm gains indestructible until end of turn. I don't hate that. I don't hate that, actually. So it's a 5/4 relevant blocker. It's got enough power to take out most stuff. And then if for some reason you get to play a land, you can attack with a 5/4 indestructible. That's actually solid. Doesn't have any kind of evasion or anything like that. It can be chump blocked for days. But I dig them. For 5 mana, probably just a C. A C for Dreadworm. I could see him being worthwhile. There's better options at the 5 mana slot, I'm sure, but if you just need something, yeah, he's fine. Expedition Skulker is a 1 black vampire rogue at common that's a 2/2. And he has Death Touch as long as you control another rogue. Yep, that's fine. He's basic. For the most part, just assume this is just a 2/2 for 2. This is your black bear with potential upside if you have any other rogues, which for playing black, looks like there's plenty of options for that to show up, especially for playing black-blue. But, yeah, I mean, Death Touch just makes it a better blocker, but isn't so amazing that you want to, like, build around or be excited to grab it. Just a D+ for Expedition Skulker. Like, for a filler card, it can be good, so D+. Next card is Feed the Swarm. A 1 black sorcery at common. Destroy a target creature or enchantment an opponent controls. You lose life equal to that permanent's converted mana cost. Okay, a 2 mana destroy target creature? Damn. That's super good. And it destroys enchantments. That's nuts. Wow. This is another really good early game, especially when you got life to spare. If you're playing black-white and you manage to do any kind of life gain at all and cap your life up, this makes this card go up. Otherwise, yeah, 2 mana destroy something. The only time this would be a bad card is your opponent's ahead on board and you're at 4 life and you draw this, and the only thing you destroy just puts you closer to death. Any other time, it's good. So it's not a B rank removal like the other ones we've seen. But still very solid sorcery speed removal, especially in the early game. C+ for Feed the Swarm. C+. Next card is the Ghastly Gloom Hunter. A zombie bat, a common, 1 black, with kicker 3 black. Okay. It's a 1/1 flying lifelink. And if it was kicked, it enters the battlefield with 2 +1/+1 counters on it. So it's a 1/1 flying lifelink for 2 mana, or a 3/3 flying lifelink for 6 mana. I'd play it. I'd play it. Yeah, just kind of solid. It's at least playable. It has some potential upside for late game. Early game, just being able to hit your opponent, get that extra lifelink on top of there can help. It isn't like so amazing that you're like you want this in every single deck you ever draft. He's all right. I'd say C- under the assumption that there's worthwhile tricks and equipment and aura to make him better. If there isn't, which I could be wrong about, then he's more of a D+, but he's fine. Probably C-. Next up, the Ghoul-Draw's Mucklord. Okay. It's a 2 black common crocodile that's 2/3. When he dies, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Sure. Okay, that's fine. Curve out a Ghastly Gloom Hunter into the Mucklord. Let the Mucklord die to pump up your Gloom Hunter. Now you got a 2/2 flying lifelink. Yeah, so this is a creature that you just want to block with. It's it doesn't hit the C range because if you don't have any other creature, he gets less exciting. But otherwise, it's a solid body. D+ for the Mucklord. D+ for him. He'd be fine playing it. The next card is the Hagra Constrictor, Tuna Black Common Snake. That's a 0/0. But it enters the battlefield with 2 +1/+1 counters on it. Each creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it has Menace. So this is a 3-mana 2/2 Menace creature, which is good. That's already good. How many? I don't know how many creatures are in this set that the +1/+1 counters is going to help it out a lot. Probably not in black. Maybe in green. Potential build around upside. I'll have to see how many of the +1/+1 counter stuff there is, but it sure is. Yeah. Give him a 3-. C- just because there's that potential build around upside. The Menace is good. It'll help you attack in. Especially, like, you got these two cards right next to each other. Like, it's possible to get other creatures +1/+1 counters. So, there certainly is potential there. So, C- for Hagra. Next card is the Highborn Vampire. 3 black Vampire Warrior. That's a 4/3. That's it. This is the only warrior we've seen in black. That's probably relevant, but otherwise you're just paying 4 mana for a 4/3. And if that's what you need, sure. D. Nothing else to talk about, just a D. The next card is a Lithoform Blight, 1 black aura at uncommon. Enchant land. When Lithoform Blight enters the battlefield, draw a card. Okay, so it replaces itself. The enchanted land loses all land types and abilities and has tap to add colorless, or tap, pay 1 life, add 1 mana of any color. Black fixing? What the fuck? What is this nonsense? What? Okay. That's fine. I like that it replenishes itself right away, too. Worst comes to worst, if for some reason you're facing an opponent who's got, well, I don't really know what the utility lands are in this set, other side the dual-faced ones, but you could, like, hit that on your opponent's lands, especially if they're desperate for a color, force them to, like, pay life for it. Sure, I guess. I'd probably still lean just a C- for it. Because if you... I don't know what other fixing options there are in this set, but black with fixing is hilarious to me. And it does replenish itself. I worry that the 1 life can end up being more painful later on, but yeah, if you're splashing for something and you're mostly black, you'll want this card. I don't hate it. Next up, the Malakir Blood Priest. 1 black Vampire Cleric. At common, it's a 2/1. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent loses X life and you gain X life, where X is the number of creatures in your party. So it's a 2/1. On its own, you drain for 1. At most, you'll be able to drain for 4. Maybe drain for 2 at 2 mana. Yeah, it just feels like more filler with slight upside. D+ for Malakir Blood Priest. The 1 toughness isn't great, but it can't trade up. Not awesome. Next card is the Malakir Rebirth. For 1 black mana, an uncommon instant. Choose target creature. You lose 2 life. Until end of turn, that creature gains. When this creature dies, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. And it's a modal card, so it's also a land. It's only 1 black. This reminds me of cards like Infernal Scarring and I can't remember the name of them right now. They've had effects like this in other sets. Yeah, you're basically looking to pay 2 life to regenerate a creature, which on its own, that's not terrible, and it does have the land option. If for some reason you don't have creatures, it still just kind of seems okay. You want to be able to pay this onto any kind of creature that has a strong enter the battlefield effect. Which I don't know if we've seen so many strong enter the battlefield effects that that's relevant. Yeah, I don't know. It can be used to save a creature too. Like if your opponent just uses spot removal or something, you can pay 2 life to basically save it. Yeah, it seems fine. I'd go C- on it. It seems kind of clunky. But again, it maybe there is bonus or upside to there that I'm not seeing because I haven't seen the card played out. And the land option helps make your deck a little bit smoother. I'd go C- on it. Next card is the Marauding Blight Priest. 2 and a black, common vampire cleric. That's a 3/2. Okay. Whenever you gain life, each opponent loses 1 life. Sure. For the most part, it's a 3/2 for 3. D. It's a D. Any recurring life gain? Not without a lot of build around or easy setups. You have like the bat, where you can kind of get extra damage in against your opponent, but again, you're asking for a lot of pieces to come together. So, not amazing. I'll just give it a D. Next card is the Mind Carver. It's a uncommon equipment for 1 black. We're talking about these. This is what kind of stuff I'm talking about. When Mind Carver enters the battlefield, attach it to target creature you control. So immediately for 1 black, you make sure that your equipped creature gets +1/+0. And then, if your opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard, they get +3/+1, and has an equip cost 2 and a black. I'd be happy playing this. Yeah, the fact that it just attaches right away. Early game, give something +1/+0. Fine. And then if you got enough cards in your opponent's graveyard, late game, you give yourself something +3/+1. It's a means to kind of give your creatures or a place for your mana to go when you got nothing else to do. +3/+1's a lot of power. It can even be a late game +3/+1. I think this card will end up playing better than people realize. This isn't going to be so good that you're going to win games with it, but I actually like it quite a bit. Just the instant attach stuff I think is so cool. It's at least a C. If you got like the mill set up, especially with your rogues in blue or black, it goes up to a C+, but I like it. Next up is Mind Drain. 2 and a black sorcery. Target opponent discards 2 cards, mills a card, loses 1 life, and you gain 1 life? What the fuck is this super mind rot? Got him! Wow, yeah, this is just a functionally better mind rot like you wouldn't believe. Mind rot is normally just 2 and a black sorcery. Target opponent discards 2 cards. This is discards 2 cards, mills a card, loses a life, and you gain a life. That still isn't super exciting, but it does make it better than Mind Rot. It's still just kind of D. It's still just a D. Because again, like early on, like this card can get a lot of value out of it, especially if you're on the draw. On the draw makes this better. But if it's you gotta think of like mid to late game, if it's turn 8, and you need creatures on the board and your opponent's hand's empty and you draw this, what a dead card. Not awesome. I still like Mind Drain just a D or even as a sideboard card. You think it's better than a D? I don't think so. Like, sure, it's got more stuff on there than a Mind Rot, but the main effect is still just the Mind Rot part of it. But yeah, this is one of those cards where it's... You like this better on the draw, because your opponent's already playing more cards than you by the time you hit turn 3 or 4 when you curve out with it, so they have less cards and less options to discard. It's still... Like, if you want a 3-mana sorcery, there's so many better options. I don't think you should still value this over anything else. Still just a D for Mind Drain. Even with, like, the mill synergy, you're only milling them for 1. Well, I guess it's 3 at max. Ugh, yeah. Nope, still say D. Not excited about it. Next card is the Mana Skitter Sneak, which is a hilarious name, first off. 3 and a black for a common human rogue. That's a 3/4. As long as the opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard, it gets +1/+0 and Menace. I'm into that. At 4 mana, 3/4s are better than 4 3s. So this card is already slightly better at the vanilla test. The reason being is that 4 3s can get killed by 3/2 or 3/3 creatures at 3 mana, putting you at a mana disadvantage. 3/4s, however, better. And then late game, you have yourself a 4/4 Menace. I'm into this guy. That's a good creature. Would it be too much to say B- for the Skitter Sneak? Maybe C+. I'd lean B- though. Whoops, it does not go higher than that by all. Where is the human in this creature card, by the way? Is it oh, it's a dude like riding a centipede. Okay, that's what's going on. Yeah, it's like a dude riding a centipede. Okay. Yeah, B-. I'm into it. Maybe C+. But like... No, it is on its own C+, but if you're building like your rogue / mill deck, B- for sure. You'll want this in your deck. Next card is the Mana Sky Dancer. It's a 2 black common human rogue for a 2/1 with flash and flying. When enters the battlefield, target opponent mills 2 cards. That's fine. That's a C. A 2/1 flash flyer is great because then you can set up a flash blocker. You're gonna get the mill effect no matter what because it's when it enters the battlefield. And then for some reason your opponent doesn't attack. Well, then you got a 2/1 flyer you can start attacking back in with. I actually think that's pretty solid. I would give it a C to Mana Sky Dancer. C. I like it. Next up, Oblivion's Hunger. 1 and a black instant at common. Target creature you control gains indestructible until end of turn. Draw a card if that creature has a +1/+1 counter on it. I'm typically not super excited about these kind of combat tricks. I'm not feeling stoked on that. No. Nah, I'd still go D. D for Oblivion's Hunger. I mean, I could be incorrect. Like, if you got lots of +1/+1 counters and you get the cantrip off of it, that helps it. But on its own, yeah, I don't know. I just lean a D. Yeah, the art's really cool. I don't think that it's that great. Hey, Darth Fabulous, thanks for the resub. Up to 3 months. It's strong for Pauper? I could see it being a good Pauper card. I haven't really played Pauper, so I couldn't tell you. Is Storm's Coil Serpent still in after rotation? It is. Yeah, at first glance, not crazy about it. I could be super wrong about the possible synergies, especially with +1/+1 counters and getting to draw extra cards off of it, but just looking at it as it is, I'm just kind of like, I'm not crazy about it. Next up, the Palaka Predation, 2 and a black, uncommon sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. You can choose a card from it with converted mana cost 3 or greater. That player discards the card, and it's a land. See, I like this card more than the Mind Drain card. Reason being, one, it's a land. So if you need that extra land, you're set. More importantly, if it's... You're able to see your opponent's hand, getting you a lot of information. And then if they got a big threat in there, you get rid of it. This card is better than Mind Drain. C for Palaka Predation. If it didn't have the land part of it, I wouldn't want to play this. But because it does have the land option, this makes it a little bit easier to stomach in your deck. So C for Palaka Predation. Boop, boop. Some Blaster Master music. Next card, Scion of the Swarm. 3 black for an uncommon vampire cleric. It's a 3/3 flyer. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on Scion of the Swarm. Okay. I could see this working in like a white-black cleric deck. Man, only a 3/3 for 5 mana isn't as exciting. I mean, isn't there a card that gets +1/+1 counters? Yeah, I just feel like at 5 mana already, you're spending a lot of mana just to get it out there, and then you have to keep finding other means of doing little tricks to make it better. Probably C- for it. A 3/3 flyer is good. A 3/3 flyer is like a threat to your opponent, and it's fine already. The other text on top of it is just upside if you're able to do it, but chances are won't be able to get that many activations. So, I'd say C-. Next card, a Shadow Stinger. It's an uncommon creature that's 2 and a black vampire rogue. That's a 1/4. Tap another untapped rogue you control. It gets Death Touch until end of turn. And then whenever it deals combat damage to a player, that player mills 3 cards. That's interesting. So defensively, with more than one rogues, you can set up blocks in such a way that you can then like tap the other blocker, get this Death Touch, take out whatever. And then on the offense, and you got another rogue out and you attack in with this, your opponent knows you can just make it Death Touch whenever you want and kill one of his blockers. And if he doesn't block it, he has to mill 3. I could see this being okay. It's a lot of stipulations to make it really work. Because if you don't have another rogue, well, then you just got a 1/4 that your opponent's just gonna block. Yeah, it seems all right. I like that you can set up some potential Death Touch shenanigans on there. The first play I thought of was having this guy out, and then having the Flash Rogue be able to come in, mill the opponent for 2, tap this to suddenly give him Death Touch while on the defense. That could be cool. But again, that's a lot of moving parts that you all need together. C- for Shadow Stinger. Especially on a more defensive control side. C-. Next card is the Skyclave Shadowcat. 3 and a black for an uncommon cat horror. That's a 3/3. For 1 and a black, sacrifice another creature, put a +1/+1 counter on it. And then whenever a creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it dies, draw a card. Is there a bunch of +1/+1 counter stuff in green or something? It's basically a 4-mana 3/3. At best, a 5-mana 4/4, and cost a creature to make it better. Which again, you could set up a blocker, sack a chump blocker to make it better. I don't know. I don't know about this one. Maybe there's like a sack synergy in black-red or something. I don't know. I kind of lean. I mean, I do like that when it dies, it doesn't come with a counter on its own already. Yeah. Don't think I like it. I'd say D+. D+ because it could potentially have some upside, but you're looking at paying other creatures to make it happen. Yeah, I go D+. And our last black cards, Subtle Strike. 1 in a black instant common. Choose one or both. Target creature gets -1/-1 till end turn. And put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Okay. That's fine. There's your +1/+1 counter payoffs. That helps. There's only a handful of 1 toughness stuff, so this isn't going to take out a whole lot of creatures on its own, but it's a fine combat trick. The +1/+1 counter does help things a little bit be a bit more permanent. Yeah, that's fine. D+. You're fine playing 1. There's probably better options, but you're fine playing 1. Next card is Thwart the Grave. 4 black sorcery at uncommon. This spell costs 1 less for each creature in your party. Okay. Return target creature card and up to 1 target cleric, rogue, warrior, or wizard creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. That's back to the battlefield. Potentially hitting 2 creatures for 6 mana. Potentially cheaper depending what you got out. Back to the battlefield? Okay, so there's some potential cute reanimation tricks in there, especially for some expensive stuff. That could be good. Even if you got just the 1 rogue out, whatever, at 5 mana, 2 creatures from your graveyard back to the battlefield. Yes. I think I'd go B- on that bad boy. Yeah, B-. The fact that you can easily hit 2 creatures to come back, I actually like that a lot. B- for Thwart the Grave. Vanquish the Weak is a common instant that's 2 in a black. Destroy a target creature with power 3 or less. At 3 mana? That's fine. There are better removal spells, but it's still removal that can hit most creatures that cost as much as Vanquish the Wish or smaller. Typically, that puts you at a mana disadvantage if you play it that way. I feel like a lot of the creatures we've seen in all colors so far, not a whole lot starts off with power 4 or more. Like in all of Black's commons and uncommons, there's just that vanilla 4/3 and that's it. My first thought is C-, but I think just based on what we've seen so far, this could have enough targets that could bump it up to a C+. We'll have to check the other cards. On its own C minus, but I think with the way this set looks, this could be a C plus removal card. We'll have to see. File black, Zoff consumption. 4 black, uncommon sorcery. Each opponent loses a life and you gain 4 life. It's also a land. I mean, if you need a drain for 4, sure. I mean, I would replace one of my basic lands with this just to have it as an option. It's not so good that you want to pick this over many other cards in the set. If you're playing like Commander or Two-Headed Giant, lulz. But yeah, this is kind of a D plus. The fact that it just has the fact you can't play as a land and it gives you another option to spend your mana late game is fine, but not excited about that one. D plus for Zoff consumption. Okay, there we go. That's black. Next up is red. All right, let me actually take a quick break, rest my throat a bit. Been talking a lot for the last couple hours. Maybe use the restroom, grab some snackies. I'll be back in just a few minutes, chat, and we'll keep on talking about red. I also got some chippies as a snack. They're barbecue. But they're luau barbecue, so they have a little bit of like a spicy tinge to it. They're also just ever so slightly stale. Chippies. All right. Let's keep this review going. Akum Hellhound. An elemental dog for 1 red at common. It's a 0/1 with landfall. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, Akum Hellhound gets +2/+2 until end of turn. So this card's pretty much good for like turn 2 and 3. And that's it. After that, it sucks. Ooh. Is this an F? The situations in which this is worthwhile that allows you to attack in profitably it's just such a small window. I guess maybe at aggro because you're getting a 1 mana 2/3 that can attack in. But like that's it. Like if you don't drop this turn 1, almost any other situations, it's damn near worthless. It can't, like if you end up hanging on the defense, you can't trade up with it at all. There's not like real great ways of getting attacks in there. I lean F. D- at best. I'm not into it. Yeah, if there was Evolving Wilds in this set, I would like it way more, for sure. But as it is, I don't think so, chat. I don't know about that one. It could be a cheap block later. Yeah, it then just ends up being a chump block. You're not trading out. Like if your chump block isn't, or if your blocker usually isn't taking out another creature, it's not worth it. Yeah, no, don't like it. Easy C+, B-. I don't think so. I don't think there's enough ways to trigger landfall effect on a single turn to make them that good. I'd lead D-. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Unless there's some other shit in there that I should know about, but don't like it. Next card is a Akum Warrior. Minotaur Warrior, 5 and a red uncommon. That's a 4/5 trample. That's it. It's a 4/5 trample. But it's also a land. Now, this guy I like more. The land part of it makes it worthwhile, and then if for some reason it's a late game, having a 4/5 trample for 6 is not the best stats in the world, but it has a land side on it, so you know what? Again, I would gladly swap out a basic to have a option for another somewhat beefy creature. C- for a Akum Warrior. I'd rather it be a 5/4 trample than a 4/5, because then you're more likely to be able to take out creatures and attack in and be a threat. But this one's just kind of okay. C-. Yippee. Next card is the Ardent Electromancer. 2 and a red for a human wizard at common. That's a 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, add a red mana for each creature in your party. So at minimum, you get an additional red mana because the Ardent Electromancer is a wizard. Again, we'll take the average, being able to get 2 extra mana on top of it. Wow, that could be interesting ramp for red. Like if played right. It's a vanilla card with slightly better upside. Yeah, I think you would need 2 other creatures out, allowing you to get a total of 2 people in your party members, just in general. And you're able to get 2 mana back from it, allowing you to put down another cheap creature, allowing you to go wide, or maybe cast like a cheaper removal spell. It's still pretty situational. And there will be times where you just kind of play a 3-2 and then have nothing else to cast, and you're only getting 1 red mana off of it. So it's basically a vanilla 3-2 that has, again, just that slight potential upside. But the situation that happens could be pretty small. D+ for Ardent Electromancer. A D+ it. Next up, Cinderclasm. A 1 and a red instant and uncommon with the kicker for an additional red. Cinderclasm deals 1 damage to each creature. If it was kicked, it deals 2 damage to each creature instead. So, worse Sweltering Suns? I like that it's instant. I feel like I'd worry about playing this in red, because this feels like it would just kill most of your own creatures. I don't think I like it. Yeah, yeah. Like, even if it's kicked, dealing 2 damage to everything at 3 mana. See, this feels like a card I would bring in as a response to facing down some aggro, because this can take out a lot of aggro creatures very easily, but you don't want to play in, arena best of 1, you don't want to play responsive cards in your main deck. You want this as a side card. This is a sideboard card. C-, yeah, C- sideboard card, I'd say. C- sideboard. I don't think I'd main deck it. Next card is Cleansing Wildfire. 1 a red. Sorcery at common. Destroy target land. Its controller may search their library for a basic land, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle their library and draw a card. So this is actually a landfall, actual landfall activation, because you could target your own land. Which allows you to get back, you can get any other basic land out of it. So again, if you're doing like a splash in there for red, you could use that to get rid of one of your mountains, find your splash land, get an extra landfall effect, draw a card on top of that. Or if your opponent has a utility card or a modal land, then they have some blink effects that they could try to bounce it back. You could destroy the land, which also takes that spell into the graveyard. It's still pretty situational. I feel like I actually like the idea of using this to target myself more than the opponent, because it thins your deck and helps mana fix for red. That said, I still don't think it's so awesome that I want to pick this over a lot of other cards. I still think it's just a D for Cleansing Wildfire. Wish it were an instant. Instant would be tight. Definitely better outside of limited. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, just from like a draft standpoint, not excited about it. Next card is the Expedition Champion. 2 and a red. For a common human warrior, that's a 2/3. The Expedition Champion gets +2/+0 as long as you control another warrior. Solid. I like that. Especially if you're playing red. Red has a lot of other warriors in there. Red has warriors and wizards. If you're playing red-white aggro, you're going to have other warriors. This is a 3-mana 4/3. That's no joke. That's solid. I'd play that. Just in the situations you don't have another warrior, it's only a 2/3. But it seems solid. I'd say it's either D+ or C-. I can't decide which. His sword looks stupid. Homeboy looks like he's about to go peel some apples. Next up, Fireblade Charger. A 1-mana Goblin Warrior uncommon. That's a 1/1. As long as he's equipped, it has haste. And then when the Fireblade Charger dies, it deals damage equal to its power to any target. Oh, okay. It's like it's a Goblin Arsonist with upside. Again, you only want to play this if you have not even necessarily equipment, because what's the likelihood you're going to be able to equip it so fast you get a fucking haster in there? But any kind of combat trick, or whatever makes it better, allowing it to trade up. I would rather play Fireblade Charger any day of the week over like the Akum Hellhound in the 1-mana slot. So, not bad. He's fine. That's a C. Next up, Fisher Wizard. 1 red Goblin Wizard at common for a 2/1. When it enters the battlefield, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. I'm always a fan of the red rummage effects, especially in limited. Yeah, that's solid. In the early game, helps you like ditch away something you don't need to help drop something you need earlier on. I like that quite a bit. It's still just a 2/1 at 2 mana. But yeah. If you need something in a 2-mana slot that helps your rummage, I think that's fine. I'd give it a D+ to Fisher Wizard. I would not be super embarrassed playing that. D+ to Fisher Wizard. Next card is the Goma Fada Vanguard. Okay. 1 red, 2/2 human warrior uncommon. Whenever Goma Fada Vanguard attacks, target creature an opponent controls with power less than or equal to the number of warriors you control can't block this turn. Okay. This actually seems like it'd be really good. If you're playing red-white aggro, you're going to have a lot of warriors. Being able to take out another blocker on top of that and just have a 2/2. Yeah, it's that's a solid bear in red with potential aggressive upside. especially if you got enough warriors. That's a good aggro card. Late game, not as useful. C- for Goma Fata as a good aggro card. Next up is the Grotag Bug Catcher. 1 in a red, common Goblin Warrior. That's a 1/2 with Trample. Whenever he attacks, it gets +1/+0 until end of turn for each creature in your party. Okay. So it's a 1/2 trample, but it attacks at minimum as a 2/2 trample. Maybe more if you got other ones in there. That still just kind of seems fine. On average, I'll attack as a 3/2 trample at 2 mana, which is okay. Yeah, it just kind of seems okay. Just kind of seems okay. D+ for Grotag. Yeah. Is party a new mechanic? Yeah, it's new for this set. There's also a Grotag Knight Runner, which is 2 in a red for a uncommon Goblin Rogue. That's a 2/3. And whenever it deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. Okay. So red has 1 rogue in it, I guess. Now it says you may play that card and not you may cast that card. The huge difference between that is that play means if it's a land, you can play it. It's just a 2/3 on its own. If you're able to hit a player at all, you can get some slight card advantage out of it, but otherwise the stats aren't awesome. Yeah. Still go for C-. Not so awesome that it makes a huge difference here. C-. Inordinate Rage is a 1 in a red instant at common, where target creature gets +3/+2 until end of turn. How oddly specific. Scry 1. Yeah, you know what? If you need a combat trick in red, this is the one to do it. Like, you might as well get a lot of power and some okay toughness out of it. And the Scry one can be super helpful, especially in red and aggro. This art is funny. This Minotaur-looking moose guy is just pissed at this rat. Yeah, this is a solid combat trick. Just solid. Not amazing. I do like the Scry one on there, so that's fine. C-. Is this the Eldrazi list Zendikar? Yeah, it is, dude the crab. Next up, we have Kazul's Fury. 2 in a red instant at uncommon. As an additional cost to cast the spell, sacrifice a creature. Kazul's Fury deals damage equal to the sacrificed creature's power to any target. And it's a mortal card, which means it's also a red land. So it's a fling. That's also a land. Okay. This is one of those cards that can end up being like a really funny finisher. But on its own, it's not amazing because you're still looking at you 2-for-1 for yourself. You have to play the card, sacrifice a creature just to take out one of their creatures. You 2-for-1 yourself with this. And I'm not crazy about that. It's funny that you can hit your opponent, you can use it as a finisher. Like, that can always be a surprise. But I wouldn't rely on that too much. I mean, again, It does have the land option. I'm more likely to play this as a land if it's like, if I have 13 cards left in my deck, my opponent's at 4, and I draw this, and I can finally kill him. Great. I don't know, or great. I think it's like a C- at best, likely just a D+, but I would swap out a basic land for this guy, because it does give me the option for a late game. So, not awesome, but yeah, probably the D+ for that. Next card is Molten Blast, 2 and a red, instant at common. Choose one. Deal 2 damage to target creature or planeswalker, or destroy target artifact. There are some artifacts in here. This is just like a way worse Abrade. At least this is common. I guess there are enough equipment artifacts that I feel like equipment decks showing up in draft is very much going to be a thing. If nothing else, I want to do that. So this, especially in red, this could end up being pretty relevant. It also has the extra 2 damage on top of it. It's fine. This is not premium removal because it's only 2 damage at 3 mana. That's not mana efficient, but at least has options in there. Probably just like a C for Molten Blast. Not awesome removal, but like if you need something, it's there. Next card is the Pyroclastic Helion. 4 and a red, common, 4/5. When it enters the battlefield, you may return a land you control to its owner's hand. If you do, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. Okay. Okay. That's just kind of okay. That's just okay. It's still just a it's still just like a 4/5, so it's not like a big threat creature with evasion. Kind of like we talked about with that one eagle or hawk or whatever it was in white. You can use this with your tapped lands that were also spells. Being able to return this to your hand and getting a spell back can be worthwhile. So I think this has utility on there. The extra 2 damage probably won't make a huge difference, and it's just a 4/5 on so, which is a solid body at 5. I would assume there's better options at the 5 mana slot, but this still seems fine. Conservative D+ for Pyroclastic Helion. Again, if you got like a bunch of these modular ones, these are all uncommon though, so if you got like 6 or 7 of them, then it goes up in value a little bit, but maybe D+. Rockslide Sorcerer. 3 and a red. Human Wizard at uncommon, that's a 3/3. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery or wizard spell, deal 1 damage to any target. Alright. You would need to cast at least 2 of these in a single turn to even potentially take out 1 creature. Otherwise, you're just kind of pinging your face. It kind of reminds me of like a not as good gutter snipe. But again, like in the right deck, like this could end up coming together really easily, especially in a blue-red wizard notes with blue-red wizard deck with like a lot of cantrip spells. Very potential, absolutely there. Maybe like a build around C+. I'm not crazy about it on its own. Like, I would not just slide this into any red deck, you know? This, like, pretty much wants to be blue-red wizards. It wouldn't really go anywhere else. So maybe build around C+. Next card is the Royal Eruption. 1 in a red sorcery at common with kicker 5 colorless. Royal Eruption deals 3 damage to any target. If it was kicked, it deals 5 damage instead. So 2 mana deal 3 damage something at sorcery speed, or 7 damage to deal something at 5. Yikes, that kicker cost is brutal. That's not mana efficient at all. Does it, when it deals when it comes down, you mean for a Rock Slide Sorcerer? It does not, no. Gosh. Yeah, this is one of those cards where, like, that kicker's a lot, but 2 damage to, or 2 mana deal 3 damage to everything is fine. You'd still be happy playing this one. The kicker does make it rough, but you'd still play it. It's alright. B-. Like, this is just a better, more mana efficient way than doing, like, Molten Blast. So B- for Royal Eruption. Maybe the kicker does end up being relevant with how slow the speed, depending on the speed of the format. Potentially. Not super sure. Next card is the Scavenged Blade, another equipment for 1 in a red at common. When it's the battlefield, attach it to target creature you control. The equipped creature gets +2/+0. And its equip cost is 2 in a red. Sure. Like a, again, an aggressive deck. I just love the fact that it just attaches itself to something right away. Like, you want to put this on something and start attacking in right away with it. I dig these free attach equipments. I think that's solid. I wish it gave some kind of invasion on top of it, but the +2/+0 is solid stats for 2 mana. So just a C for Scavenged Blade. I'll give it a C. Metal Vins, thanks for the resub. Oh, also 4 notes for Niall. The next card is the Scorch Rider. 3 in a red, human warrior, that's a 4/3. Okay, so vanilla test, common, already solid, but it has kicker for 1 in a red. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, it gains haste until end of turn. No, that's never all that exciting. Vecnaminus, thanks for the Twitch Prime resub up to 3 years. Enjoy your ruby shirt. 6 mana, 4/3 haste isn't awesome because that can get easily killed by any 3 mana creature. So yeah, that's not even that great of an upside. And the number of situations where you got 6 mana out and it just so happens that your opponent has an empty board and you're able to haste in is very, very slim. It can happen, but slim. Scorch Rider is still just kind of filler. It's a vanilla 4/3, generally speaking. It's a D for Scorch Rider. Just a D. Next card is the Shatter Skull Minotaur. 4 red for an uncommon Minotaur Warrior. That's a 5/4. That costs 1 less for each creature in your party, and it has haste. There you go. So if you even got 1 creature in your party, paying 5 mana for a 5/4 is solid. I'm not as excited about the haste part. If you have 2 creatures out, paying 4 mana for a 5/4 is even better, especially a haste, and if you're on, like, the aggressive side. He's okay. Also, this is the Minotaur that was definitely pissed at this mouse earlier, right? Same guy. Getting him out for 6 mana makes him rough. Like, if for some reason you just don't have anything else and you have to pay 6 for him, then he kind of blows. Otherwise, he's alright. Shatter Skull Minotaur is a C-, I'd say. C-. Good morning, Ray Ray. Next up, we got this Sizzling Barrage. 1 in a red. Instant at common. Deal 4 damage to target creature that blocked this turn. Now, it says blocked and not blocking, which means you can play it post-combat. I actually kind of like this for an aggro deck. If you're like going right about aggro and you're just attacking in and you know your opponent's going to be setting up blocks, a 2 damage to deal 4 damage, 2 mana to deal 4 damage to something on top of your blocker is not bad. Again, it's that window. Like, it only hits a creature that blocked, you know? It doesn't hit anything anytime you want, even at instant speed, so that makes it less helpful. But it can help you get in there. And it's also only good on the offense. If you're on the back foot and you draw this, suddenly it's a little bit rough. It's like a C- card. If you're red-white aggro, it goes up a little bit of value into C. Next card is Skyclave Geopede. 2 in a red for an uncommon insect that's a 3/1 trample. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, it gets +2/+2 till end of turn. No. I don't like that. I know what you're thinking. Yeah, but he can attack as a 5/3. Yeah, and he'll die. It only has 3 toughness. Like, that dies pretty easily. Like, even if you somehow manage to trigger it twice and get up to a 7/5, like, that's not going to happen every single turn. And the moment you miss a land drop, now you just got a shitty 3/1 that's not going to do anything else. I don't think I like the Skyclave Geopede. Not into it. And it's only 1 toughness. Yeah. They could go D+ for the Geopede. Not stoked. Not stoked. Next card is the Sneaking Guide. It's a 1 mana, 1/1 common goblin rogue. And you pay 2 and tap it. Target creature with power 2 or less can't be blocked this turn. I actually like that. If you, for some reason, end up in, like, black-red. Oh, is this the only rogue on red? It must be, right? Yeah. Now, one of the things you can do with that, with, like, the landfall triggers, is you activate this first, then play a land, or then attach equipment, because they're already unblockable, and now you're pumping them more, and then they can attack in unblocked. I guess for all, like, the 1 mana red options, there's also the Hellhound or the Fireblade Charger. I still like the Fireblade. Oh, there's another rogue. Okay. I still like the Fireblade Charger the most. But the Sneaking Guide's fine if you got the other payoffs for it. Still, I wouldn't get too excited. C- for Sneaking Guide. The next card is Song Mad Treachery. 3 red, uncommon sorcery. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature, it gains haste. It's also a modal land. Let me scroll down for you. Boy. I guess if you're playing red-black, this could kind of set you up for that one dude's sack. You're paying 7 mana just to do that. Yeah, this is one of those cards where it's just kind of like, sure, I'll swap out a basic land for this. But I'm more likely to play it as just the tapped land, rather than going for the snap effect. Yeah, again, a better way to look at it is like you have a tapped land with the potential of being able to cast it with the Act of Treason on top of it. 5 mana is a lot for that, though. Not crazy about it. Probably just D+. Unless there's, like, a lot of easy or free sack outlets that I don't know about. I'd lean D+ for Song Mad Treachery. Last few red cards. Spikefield Hazard. An uncommon instant for 1 red. Deals 1 damage to any target. If this would kill them, they get exiled instead. Otherwise, it's a land. I'm down. Sure. You can use this as a post-combat finisher or an extra land if you got no good target for it. That's okay. It's not premium removal by any means. but we have seen a fair amount of one mana toughness, or one creature toughness out there. Probably just a solid C for Spikefield Hazard. Just a C. Next up, Spitfire Lagok. 3 in a red common lizard. That's a 3/4 with landfall. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. Yeah, that's solid. Fine. It's fine. I do like that it's a 3/4, making it a better blocker. It does put it in a weird position for red, because it's more of a defensive card than offensive. And you kind of want to continue to control the games and keep playing lands and deal extra damage in there. Yeah, he's alright. D+ for Spitfire. Synchronized Spellcraft is the next card. That's 4 in a red, common instant. Deals 4 damage to target creature and X damage to that creature's controller, where X is the number of creatures in your party. That's neat. 5 mana, deal 4 damage to target creature is still a bit on the expensive side, but it is at instant speed, which makes it a little bit better. And then you just got potential upside of maybe doing extra damage against your opponent. Yeah, probably just B- for Synchronized Spellcraft. I wouldn't go more than that just because it's so expensive. Give the Spitfire Death Touch. The Spitfire only hits opponents. It doesn't hit creatures at all. The Death Touch does not help it. Yeah, B- for the Spellcraft. I do worry about how expensive it is, but seems okay. Teeter Peak Ambusher is the next card. It's a 1 in a red. Common Goblin Warrior. It's a 1/3, 2 in a red. Teeter Peak Ambusher gets +2/+0 till end of turn. Okay, sure. Yeah, he's fine. That's a solid card. Get yourself a Mana Sink to get some extra damage in there. It's like a oddly more expensive Igneous Curve, but the extra toughness is relevant. He's fine. D+. He's fine. D+. And last few cards, Thundering Rebuke, 1 in a red at uncommon. Thundering Rebuke deals 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker as a sorcery. Good. 2 mana for deal 4, even at sorcery. Solid. B for Thundering Rebuke. That's red's best removal spell right there. For mana efficiency and the amount of damage it deals. The sorcery is a bummer, but this is going to kill most things at 2 mana. Thundering Rebuke is solid. I like B for Thundering Rebuke. Speaking of Thundering, Thundering Spark Mage is a 3 in a red human wizard at uncommon. That's a 2/2. When it enters the battlefield, it deals X damage to target creature or planeswalker, where X is the number of creatures in your party. So a 4 mana 2/2 that can deal at minimum 1 damage to target creature or planeswalker, maybe 2. He's a way better version than that black card that's like 6 mana for a 3/2, gives something -X/-X. He's a better version of that. And again, assume you got at least one other warrior or whatever out there that you can get, maybe ping for 2. 4 mana, get a body out, take out one of their cheaper creatures. Makes them okay. C+. Thundering Spark Mage. Maybe B-, but probably C+. Is party all creatures on the field? Party is all of your creatures that consists of 1 cleric, 1 rogue, 1 warrior, 1 wizard. So up to a maximum party of 4. Tormenting Voice is back. 1 in a red sorcery is a common as an additional cost to cast a spell. Discard a card, draw 2 cards. It sure is. D+. And finally, Tuk Tuk Rebel Fort. That's the hilarious name. Tuk Tuk, Tuk Tuk, Tuk Tuk, Tuk, whatever. 2 in a red for a 0/3 wall defender with reach. Okay. And creatures you control have haste. No. D- for Tuk Tuk Rebel Fort. Why D-? Because if you want to give your creatures haste, that means you want to be aggressive, right? And at 3 mana, if you're taking a turn off to pay something that can't really attack or do anything else, you're kind of being counterintuitive to your own aggressive plan. And haste isn't even so important that you want to give other stuff in there to kind of like gotcha your opponent. This just kind of seems bad. D- for Tuk Tuk Rebel Fort. How am I doing, by the way, everyone? I've never done a set review before. So hopefully, again, I'm not so experienced that you should definitely take my words as gospel. And because there are definitely other people out there who are smarter about this kind of stuff, but I want to give, at least for myself, and if nothing else, even if I'm not being like accurate in my gradings, it's helping me get that mindset and being able to grade the cards, which will help me when I actually play the set. That is important to do. All right, finally we got green. Adventure awaits. 1 green common sorcery. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them and put them into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order. If you didn't take a card, draw a card. This is another one of those track down kind of effects where you look at the top, take 1. I was never always a huge fan of these cards, but the fact that if you like just whiff, which me, I'd play this, I look top 5, and it's all goddamn lands. I like that effect. If for some reason you whiff or don't see something you like, you still get to draw a card afterwards and it replenishes itself. That makes it okay. It's not draw, you put it into your hand unless you don't take one, then it is draw. I think just a C for Adventure awaits. That seems very powerful. 5 cards to find a creature on top of them is very good. Yeah, I think I'd go C. Next we have the Balaged Recovery. 2 and a green, uncommon sorcery. Return target card from your graveyard to your hand. Not even permanent, just any card. More importantly, it's also a land. I like this. I would happily swap out one of my basic lands for this guy. Helps you get back anything like good later on, and if it's early on and you don't need to worry about it, you can just play a land. I actually like this quite a bit. This is good. I want to put it in the B-B range. That nuts. What website is this off of? I'm using scryfall.com, Dizzy. Can you choose the effect after you play it? So you have this in your hand. You can either cast it as a spell or you play it as a land. One or the other. Yeah, I like this. I'll give it a B. Next is Broken Wings. 2 and a green. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. So it's like a Return to Nature plus Plummet. All into one. This is not one of those cards where it's purely a sideboard card. If you're playing best of 3 and your opponent's playing a lot of flyers, you want to bring this in, or if it's playing a lot of worthwhile artifacts or enchantments, you bring this in. But again, this is one of those reactive cards. And when you're playing Arena Ranked, you don't want to be playing reactive cards. You want your opponent to deal with you, not maybe deal with your opponent and have this whiff. If for some reason you have no other way of dealing with flyers, you might have to play it, but it's not great. Broken Wings is a sideboard D. Next card is Canopy Baloth. Baloth? Whatever. 3 and a green. Common Beast, that's a 4/3. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, Canopy Baloth gets +2/+2 till end of turn. Okay, so it's a vanilla 4/3 for 4 with slightly better upside with landfall. Could potentially make it into a 6/5. He seems all right. That's a D+ for Canopy Baloth. slightly better filler. Dauntless Survivor is next. It's 1 and a green for a 1/1 human warrior at common. When he enters the battlefield, though, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, so he can target himself. So he is a 2/2 warrior on his own. And then for some reason, it's late in the game, you could easily put that into a different creature to make it even better. He's fine. Kind of reminds me of, what was that? Iron Shell Beetle? Reminds me of that, only this one is a warrior instead. Yeah, and we saw stuff that had a +1/+1 counter synergy in black, so there's definitely some stuff there. I'm just gonna C for Dauntless Survivor. He seems fine. C. Next card is the Gnarlid Colony. A 1 and a green for a 2/2 common beast with kicker 2 and a green. If it was kicked, enters the battlefield with 2 +1/+1 counters on it, and each creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it has trample. Solid. I like that a lot. He's a 2/2 bear for 2, just like you want. And then otherwise, he could be a 5-mana 4/4 trample with anything else that has +1/+1 counters, also has trample. That's the kind of stuff you want to see. That's a good kicker. Gnarlid Colony, that's very good. I like that one a lot. C+ for Gnarlid Colony. I'm into that one. The next card is the Iridescent Horn Beetle. 4 and a green for an uncommon insect. That's a 3/4. At the beginning of your end step, create a 1/1 green insect creature token for each +1/+1 counter you've put on creatures under your control this turn. How many plus... No, you get a 1/1 for each +1/+1 counter, not just yes or no. You could go wide with it, but it feels like you need a lot of pieces, and I don't know if there's enough pieces at common that makes it worthwhile. It might be a build around B-. Otherwise, this is just a C- card. Especially at 5 mana. Yeah, maybe build around B-. That's a tough one. I would have to see if I can get enough pieces to put it together. The next card is the Jiraga Visionary. 3 and a green for an elf wizard. That's a 3/2 a common. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card. Hell yeah. Sick. C for Jiraga Visionary. Always happy to play that. Just a solid body that can trade up, gets you another card, replenish itself right away. Sounds good to me. And it's a wizard. Yeah. Fine with me. Next up, Kazandu Nectar Pot. 1 and a green for a 1/3 common insect. Landfall. Whenever land enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life. That's dumb D. Unless you got some sort of crazy life gain synergy you really need to get off with green. Probably not. D for Kazandu. On to that one. However, there is a Kazandu Stomper, which is a 5 and a green common beast. That's a 6/5 trample. And when it enters the battlefield, return up to 2 lands you control to their owner's hand. 6/5 trample's good. And then you can bounce 2 lands? So you could potentially get back 2 of the modular land cards to get more spells back. Or 2 more landfall triggers. This guy actually seems really good. I'm into him. I would give him a C. maybe C+. He might play better than I realize. But he's up there. I think C. Let's go C+. 6 mana for 6/5 trample. He still gets killed by a crawl worm, so whatever. But I'd say C+. The next card is Colony Ambush. Not Colony, but Colony Ambush, whatever. 2 and a green, uncommon instant. Target creature you control fights. Target creature you don't control. I love that that's at instant speed. More importantly, it's also a land. Great. Green removal is almost always a fight or a bite. And at instant speed, that looks awesome because you can set, like, ideally you can do, like, set yourself up for blocks or blocking. Oh yeah, it's return up. I'll go back to Kazandu Sap for a second. It says return up to 2 lands. You can choose 0. That actually makes them better. Okay, easily C+ then. Definitely C+ then. Cali Ambush, it's a land or a fight. You're more likely going to want the fight more than the land side, but again, if you have this own opening hand and you just kind of need it, that's great. Cali Ambush is awesome. B for Cali Ambush. Big green fight with land potential. I'm into it. Oh, I like how the art is just like the tiger guy being calm, but then it sees prey and is all like, wow. Oh, the prey is a man. Eee. B for the ambush. Next card is Might of Murasa. 1 and a green, common instant with kicker cost 2 and a green. Target creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn. If it was kicked, they get +5/+5. That sure is a combat trick. All right, D+. Yeah, I don't know what else you want. It sure is. Next card is the Murasa Brute. 2 and a green for a Troll Warrior Common. That's a 3/3. That's it. That's it. There's no other text on there. Yup. D+, maybe C-, because he is a 3/3 for 3. Which green has been getting a lot more 3/3 for 3 creatures. It is a warrior, which is relevant, but yeah, if you just need a 3/3 at the 3 mana slot, there you go. D+. Next card is the Murasa Sproutling. 2 and a green for an uncommon plant elemental that's a 3/3, but also has kicker. 1 and a green. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, return target card with a kicker ability from your graveyard to your hand. Well, he's better than the Murasa Brute. And that actually kind of seems worthwhile. I would say a solid C for the Murasa Sproutling. The ability to get back another card to get you some card advantage in the mid to late game, or early on, you just got a 3/3 for 3. Sure. I actually think he's pretty good. I like C for Murasa. Oh, Glenn Kahn, thanks for the resub, by the way. Next card is Nissa's Zendikar, which is a 3 and a green aura that enchants a land. The enchanted land becomes a 4/4 elemental creature with reach and haste that's still a land. When the land dies, return that card to its owner's hand. How funky. You're more or less paying 4 mana to get a 4/4. And when it dies, it bounces back to your hand. You can set up some landfall triggers. You could hit that onto one of your double-sided tap lands, like Colony Ambush. That way when it dies, it comes back, and now you got another fight. Oops, keep misclicking. This is another one of those cards where I feel like I need to see it play to really get a feel for it. But it seems fine as it is. Probably just a solid C for Nissa's Zendikar. The only thing that would suck is if you're stuck at 4 mana and you have no creatures and you're already losing. You have to pay 4 mana just to turn one of your lands into a 4/4. But you have to pay the mana just to make it into a 4/4, so you're still tapped out. I worry about that situation. So I'm not like, I don't think it's amazing, but it seems okay. Next card is Rabid Bite. 1 a green, reprint, sorcery, common. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power. Target creature you don't control. Now it's important, this is not a fight. This is a bite. Great. So green has both a fight and a bite in here. And this is common, so B for Rabid Bite. You'll want as many of these as you can get. Moving on, we got Reclaim the Waste. It's a common sorcery that's 1 green. Also has kicker cost 3. Search your library for a basic land, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle your library. If it was kicked, search your library for 2 basic lands instead of 1. Yeah, there you go. Here's your green fixing. For 1 mana, find any basic land. Ain't nothing wrong with that. And if you're able to kick it to help thin your deck a little bit more, it's even a little bit better. Probably just a C- for that, especially if you wanna splash and set up some landfall activations. I like that it goes into your hand and not onto the battlefield, so you can make sure you get landfall activations on top of that. Now the next card is Roiling Regrowth, which is 2 and a green, instant uncommon. Sacrifice a land, search your library for up to 2 basic lands. Put them both onto the battlefield tapped, shuffle your library. That's better. That's better. 2 lands hitting the battlefield gives you double landfall triggers for all your landfall creatures. And thins your deck out by 2. That's sick. Roiling Regrowth is cool. C+ for Roiling Regrowth. Especially if you got the landfall cards to really get the effects on top of it. And it's instant speed. That's one of the few ways you could get that off on your opponent's turn. Sick. C+ for Roiling Regrowth. Next up is Scale the Heights. It's a sorcery common, 2 and green. Put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature. You gain 2 life. You may play an additional land this turn. Draw a card. Sure. This would be amazing at turn 3. There are a lot of situations where this is just not helpful, and at most you just basically pay 3 to draw a card, gain 2 life, and that's not awesome. But even like the +1/+1 counter on top of that isn't super good. But again, if you got a landfall deck, Scale the Heights can help you set up for that, because drawing a card can help you make sure you hit that land to play right away to get the extra landfall trigger. It seems okay. I'd go a 3 mana though. Probably C. C for Scale the Heights. That's another one that I would love to see played in the right deck. It'd be really crazy. Next card is Skyclave Pickaxe, which is a green equipment uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, attach it to target creature you control. And it's an artifact with landfall. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, equipped creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. I like this equipment the least so far. This could be like a build around C+. Otherwise, it's like a C-. Like if you got Roiling Regrowths and Reclaim the Wastes and Scale the Heights and stuff like that to help get the landfall triggers, that can help it. But otherwise, I'm not into it, because the moment you miss a land drop, this is just literally a dead card on the field and doing nothing. I don't think I like it as much as the rest of you guys do. If you get it out early, absolutely super powerful, but I'm thinking like mid to late game. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Probably just a C minus. Maybe C? I'd lean C minus. I could end up being super wrong with how much landfall ends up affecting board states, but not crazy about it. Next up, we got the Spring Mantle Cleric. 4 and a green for an Elf Cleric at uncommon. That's a 2 and a 3. When it enters the battlefield, it gets +1/+1 counter on it for each color of mana spent to cast it. So at minimum, you're putting green mana into it, so it's a 3/4. And if you got any other color, it's a 5 mana 4/5 uncommon Elf Cleric. And that's about it. That's okay. I like it. It's a cleric in green. Green's the only color that has all the party members in it. Yeah, just to see. Maybe even C minus. Like if you're gonna spend that much mana, you want something that's gonna be affecting the board than just having like a big body out there. Next up, Strength of Solidarity. A 1 green sorcery at common. Choose target creature you control. Put a +1/+1 counter on it for each creature in your party. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, you're gonna have creatures out there that you're gonna have at least something to give it a +1/+1 counter. So that's another +1/+1 counter setup to kind of get those synergies out there. Otherwise, it's at minimum, like this is gonna be 1 mana, give something +1/+1. If for some reason you're already behind on board and you don't have any creatures, then it's just a dead card. Which would suck, but otherwise, that sure is. Again, we'll assume you give something up 2 +1/+1 counters. That's generally how it goes, which is okay. That would make it a C, but the likelihood of it kind of whiffing makes it go down to a C minus for me. Next card is Tajuro Blightblade. A green elf rogue for 1 green. That's a 1/1 death touch. Tight. Always have to play one of those. It's great early on because it sets up blocks. And it's great in the late game because it can block anything and punish the opponent. Tajuro Nightblade's an easy C minus. We also have the Tajuro Snarecaster, which is a 2 and a green elf rogue at common. That's a 1/4 reach. Not as helpful, but it is a body. It's one of the few cards we've seen with reach, so probably just a D for the Snarecaster. Next is the Tangled Florahedron. 1 and a green for a 1/1 uncommon elemental with tap to add green mana, or it's a land. If you're truly desperate and have no other lands in hand, you can play it as a land, but otherwise you're going to want to play this slightly more expensive land or elf out there whenever you can. With a lack of any other ramp cards, he's like the only one right there. So I'll give that a C. Out of Crypto, thank you for the resub. Next card is the Taunting Arbor Mage. 2 and a green for an uncommon elf wizard. That's a 2/3. Its kicker cost is 3. You can pay 6 for it. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, all creatures able to block target creature this turn do so. So basically, if for some reason you're at a board stall and both you and your opponent have a lot of creatures out and you can't attack in, that's something. Yeah, I foresee this being less helpful than more helpful. Yeah, I would say D+ for the Taunting Arbor Mage. It's pretty much only really good at stalled board states. Any other time, it's just not helpful. If you're ahead, it's a win more. If you're behind, you just got a shitty 2-3. And early game, you're just paying 3 for a 2-3. Yeah, not into it. D+ for Taunting Arbor Mage. Next card. Territorial Scythe Cat. 2 and a green for a common cat. That's a 2-1 trample. Landfall. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on Territorial Scythe Cat. I like that more. Compared to a lot of the other early landfall creatures, this one's alright. Especially in green, because green has a lot of ways of getting extra lands out and making this thing even beefier. Yeah, he's fine. I'd say a C+ for Territorial Scythe Cat. I could see that thing, especially unanswered, will get out of control. The Turn-Timber Ascetic, 4 and a green for a common giant cleric. That's a 5/4. And when it enters the battlefield, gain 3 life. Woo! D. D. Do I think white will ever be good again? White's been good for a while. White was good in M21. White was good in Ikoria. I don't know what else you want. Final green cards. Vastwood Fortification. An uncommon instant for 1 green. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. And it's a land. Okay. C, I guess. Wasn't there oh, strength of areas +1 for each party. This is just instant speed +1/+1 counter. And a land in case you need it. Whatever. See. Next up is the Vastwood Surge, an uncommon sorcery that costs 3 and a green with kicker 4, so total 8 mana possibly. Search your library for up to 2 basic land cards, put them onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. If the spell was kicked, put 2 +1/+1 counters on each creature you control. So a 4 mana sorcery, is that not functionally the same as Roiling whatever? I guess Roiling Regrowth causes you to sack a land. And this gets just 2 lands out. That's some good landfall triggers. You can kick it in case you end up at that point. But I like just using it as a ramp card for 4 mana. Probably just a C, I think. C+ if you got the landfall deck. Veteran Adventurer is a 5 and a green uncommon human, just human. That's a 5/5. The Veteran Adventurer is also a cleric, a rogue, a warrior, and wizard. And this spell costs 1 less for each creature in your party with vigilance. Damn, okay. So he's like a changeling. Now remember, he can only count from 1 at a time. But this is your party filler. And if you got any other party members out, a 5/5 vigilance for 5, even with 1 out, is solid. Anything cheaper than that is even better. I think he's all right. That's a solid body. B- for Veteran Adventurer. Now that's how you make sure you get your party. And next we got the Vine Gecko, which is a 1 and a green uncommon elemental wizard. That's a 2/2. The first kicked spell you cast each turn costs 1 less. That's awesome. And then whenever you cast a kicked spell, put a +1/+1 counter on Vine Gecko. Bear with an upside. I like them. B-. Especially if you build a kicker deck. Green looks good. Green looks real good. Were there any common or uncommon colorless cards? Whoops. Oh, I keep forgetting to press. Fucking damn it, ass, son of a bitch. Now, it's not really showing like the golds or anything like that. I've not done rares or mythics yet. How do I show the multicolor cards? On this heckin' thing. Whoops, not commander. Whoopsie doodle, take all that out.
Sweet.
Oh, Joey Serta, thank you so much for the follow and the Twitch Prime. Whoa. Oh, here we go. I guess we'll just kind of do it one at a time. So this one's called Spoils of Adventure. It's uncommon instant for 4 white and a blue. This spell costs 1 less for each creature in your party. You gain 3 life and draw 3 heckin' cards? Damn! Even if you got 1 creature in your party, paying 5 mana to gain 3, draw 3 at instant speed. Looks good. I mean, it's not really like a build-around card. It's not really like an archetype setter. I would splash for this card, happily. Super happy to splash for that. What about white-black? Oh, that last card, just a B-. Good card draw. Cleric of Life's Bond. It's a 2/2 vampire cleric for white and a black. Whenever another cleric enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life. And then when you regain life for the first time each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Cleric of Life's Bond. So it's a white-black Johnny's Pride Mate. It seems okay. I'd probably just give it a C+. Not the strongest gold card I've seen. Just because once that thing's gone, you're not really doing a whole lot. What's white-red's guy? Kargon War Leader. 1 red and a white for a 3/3 uncommon human warrior. Other warriors you control get +1/+1. Warrior Lord! Hell yeah. Red-white. Aggro card. You got red-white warriors. This dude bumps up all the other warriors. Easier to cast than like any of the triple white stuff we've seen before. That seems solid. Warrior deck, easy B. What does a white green get? The Murasa Root Gazer. It's a green and a white for 2/3 uncommon beast with vigilance. Tap it. Put a basic land card from your hand onto the battlefield. Tap it. Return target basic land you control to its owner's hand. Holy shit. Okay, so green-white's got some landfall stuff. And this dude just helps enable it, either bouncing. Now, it has to hit basic land, so you can't do that for your modular cards. It only hits basic lands, but this is a good way to actually do landfall on an opponent's turn. That's neat. That seems cool. I like B for him. And 2/3 vigilance for 2 mana. Solid. Yeah, the fact he's vigilance means he can attack and activate those abilities. That's kind of neat. B. Alright, the blue-black gold card is the Soaring Thought Thief. That's an awesome name. Blue and a green for an uncommon human rogue that's 1/3. Flash, flying, as long as an opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard. Rogues you control get +1/+0. Whenever 1 or more rogues you control attack, each opponent mills 2 cards. Rogue Tribal? Let me try that evil guy. Oh, that's way better. Thank you. Rogue Tribal sounds awesome. I want to do that. Blue-black Rogue Tribal? I'm in. We'll go back up to the top. Lull Mage's Familiar is the blue-green gold card. It's a 2/4 beast. That's uncommon. Tap it to add either green or blue mana. So it's also a ramp. Whenever you cast a kicked spell, you gain 2 life. That's not super exciting, but the ramp is neat. Worthwhile body. Good blocker. And red-green has the Brushfire Elemental. It's a 1/1 uncommon elemental with haste. It can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. And has landfall. Whenever land enters the battlefield under your control, it gets +2/+2 until end of turn. So it can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. So as soon as something has 3 power, it can block it. And with single landfall, it's a 3/3 and can get blocked. I actually don't think I like this guy as much. He actually might be the weakest one we've seen so far. Might just be a C- for the Gruul boy. Yeah, maybe D+. Not great. Not great. Black-green has the Moss Pit Skeleton. It's a plant skeleton. It's a 2/2 with kicker 3. If it was kicked, it enters the battlefield with 3 +1/+1 counters on it. Okay. 5 mana 5/5. Or a 2 mana 2/2. Whenever 1 or more +1/+1 counters are put on a creature you control, if Moss Pit Skeleton is in your graveyard, you may put it on top of your library. Interesting. So you play it early as a 2/2. If it dies, you kick something, you can bring it back and guarantee you get yourself a 5/5. Or if you don't need it, you just keep it in your graveyard. That actually seems solid. I like the B- for the Moss Pit Skeleton. I'd love to see that recur itself a lot. Black-red has the Ravager's Mace. 1 black-red for an equipment. Not a creature, but equipment. That's weird. When it enters the battlefield, attach a target creature you control. Target equipped creature gets +1/+0 for each creature in your party. And has Menace. Otherwise, it has equipped 2 black-red. Not very excited about that one either. Maybe just a C+ for Ravager's Mace. It's more or less like a menace aura. I like it more than the elemental, but yeah, the equip for 4. Like as soon as it's like not equipped on something, 4 mana to equip it just to give them a little bit of power of mace is a lot. And the final gold card that we haven't seen yet is the Umara Mystic. It's a 1 blue-red for a 1/3 Merfolk Wizard with flying. Whenever we cast an instant or a sorcery or a wizard, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Can attack as a 3/3. Not bad. I could see like the blue-red spells and wizard deck going off with cards like this. Look good. That's like a build around B. What was the expansion that got me into Magic? 3rd edition or revised? Do I think it's better than Sprite Dragon? Probably not, because it doesn't have haste and it costs more. Yeah, I'm most excited for the Soaring Thought Thief. Okay. So, with all that, are there any like just straight up colorless cards in here? Let me see if I can find them. Hold on. Oh, here's some. There's like a relic block. Oh, Chibi Acer, you got it. Oh, there we go. All right, here's the colorless ones. It's going to be a lot of equipment. Cliffhaven Kite Sail for 1 mana. Attach a target creature when it enters the battlefield. Creature has flying. Sick. Perfect. That's the exact kind of equipment you want. This permanent flying, equip cost is only 2 to further give creatures flying. That's a good equipment. There's also the Relic Amulet, which is uncommon for 2. Whenever you cast an instant, sorcery, or wizard spell, put a charge counter on the Relic Amulet. Pay 2 and tap it. Remove all charge counters from Relic Amulet. It deals that much damage to target creature. Interesting. I'm not sure I'm crazy about that, because you basically have to pay a lot of mana to slowly charges up to eventually pay 2 mana to kill something. Depends on the speed of the format. If it's slow enough, this thing could be crazy powerful. If it's even like moderately in the medium side, this is going to get rough. I don't like that you have to remove all charge counters. You can't choose how many you want to take out. So that might be weird. There's also the Relic Axe, which is another equipment for 2 mana. Attaches to a creature when it enters the battlefield. The equipped creature gets +1/+1. If it's a warrior, it gets +2/+1 instead. Solid. I think you would be happy to throw that into your warrior deck. Its equip cost is also only 2. Love that. Relic Golem is a 3 mana artifact uncommon golem that's a 6/6. It can't attack or block unless the opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard and has the ability to pay 2, tap it, target player mills 2 cards. Just kidding, this artifact creature's actually a rogue. Yeah, if you're playing blue-black mill deck with rogues, Relic Golem looks scary good. And it has the ability to start setting up to your other rogues to get the 8 cards in your opponent's graveyard. That's awesome. Relic Vial. A 3 mana artifact at uncommon. Pay 2, tap it, sack a creature, draw a card. But as long as you control a cleric, whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses a life and you gain a life. It seems like it's going to be more on the clunkier side. Because the clerics are a lot in white and black. This can work if you get the white deck where you're making the 1/1 cats anytime you gain life. And you start using that just to continually make 1/1s and you sack those to draw cards. This is like a build around card for sure. Build around B-. Because there's not a whole lot of token generation going on. The Seagate Colossus is a 7 mana, 7/5 common golem warrior that costs 1 less for each creature in your party. So perhaps a 6 mana 7/5, maybe a 5 mana 7/5. At worst, a 7 mana 7/5. Doesn't really do anything else. That seems like a filler card. In case you need it, D+. D+ for that one. Skyclave Sentinel is a common gargoyle that costs 3. It's a 2/3 with kicker 4. Flying and defender. If it was kicked, it enters the battlefield with 2 +1/+1 counters on it. And if it has a +1/+1 counter on it, it can attack as though it didn't have defender. I could see this card actually being pretty good in sealed. In draft, I think it's going to be too slow. Even at 3 mana, 2/3 flyer. Probably just a D+ for Skyclave Sentinel. Could be wrong if the format's slow enough. Spare Supplies is an artifact that costs 2, a common, and enters the battlefield tapped. But when it enters the battlefield, you draw a card. Pay 2, tap it, sacrifice it, draw a card. Okay, so this is basically an artifact where it's pay 4, draw 2. I don't hate it. I could easily see this getting cut for other stuff. Unless there's other cards out there that worry about having artifacts on your battlefield. Still is kind of filler, but could have some good stuff going for it. D+ for that one. Last couple artifacts here. The Stonework Pack Beast. is a 2/1 common beast for 2 mana. He's also a cleric, rogue, warrior, or wizard. And you can pay 2 to add 1 mana of any color. So it's a party prismite. With awkward mana fixing, sure. It's still just kind of a D for him, though. Maybe D+ if you got the party stuff. And the last equipment is Utility Knife, 1 common. When it enters the battlefield, equip it to target creature you don't control. It gets +1/+1. Equip 3. So it's kind of like a instant speed short sword. And then after that creature dies, you just pay 3 to equip it somewhere else. That's fine. D+ for Utility Knife as well. 2 mana full party. Not exactly Renai plays because it can only count for one of these at a time. He can't be an entire party by himself. Common, uncommon lands. Oh yeah, there's an uncommon land, which is Base Camp. Enters the battlefield tapped. You can tap it to add colorless. You can also tap it to add 1 mana of any color, but you can only spend this on cleric, rogues, warriors, or wizards, or abilities of clerics, rogues, warriors, or wizards. That's actually some okay fixing. There's enough of all this shit that it seems relevant enough. All right, I think I gotta start speeding this up because I got places to be and I haven't even hit the rares yet. Let's start hitting the rares. Rares and mythic rares, white. Let's see what crazy shit we got going on. Starting off with the Angel of Destiny. A 3 white angel cleric, 2/6 at mythic. Flying, double strike. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you and that player each gain that much life. Okay. At the beginning of your end step, if you have at least 15 life more than your starting life total, each player Angel of Destiny attacked this turn loses the game. Alternate win condition. Hooray! Damn, okay. So it's not even like really lifelink because it only counts when it hits the player. Otherwise, it's a 2/6 flying double strike for 5 mana. This is going to stop almost all of your opponent's attacks outright. It's huge for 5 mana. 6 toughness at 5. God, that's nuts. At flying. And at this point, you're not trying to kill your opponent. You're trying to make all your other creatures just gain you life. This could be a potential payoff if you had a lot of life gain stuff in there, but I just like it as a beefy enough creature. This feels more like a control card than an aggro card. Because you don't want to use aggro to be lowering your life total, then play this, and have to start gaining life to kind of undo that. You're basically just kind of looking to chill, protect your life total as much as possible until this is out and you can start gaining life. But man, what a big creature. A- for Angel of Destiny. Like, on its own, what a big, beefy creature. A-. Not more than that, just because the win condition on it is a little bit funky. But yeah, damn. That's great, wacky. Archon of Emeria is 2 and a white for a rare 2/3 flying Archon. Each player can't cast more than 1 spell each turn, and non-basic lands your opponents control enter the battlefield tapped. This is a constructed card. I can see this being played and constructed quite a bit. On its own, it's still pretty good. Toothy Flyer for 3 mana. That actually seems alright. But yeah, definitely going to be played more in construct than anything else. The Archon of Emeria is a B+ card. You're not going to like windmill slam this down and being able to immediately win. But that is a good flying body. And could potentially slow your opponent down if they're looking to curve out, especially in aggro. B+ for Archon. Archpriest of Iona is a 1 mana rare human cleric with 2 toughness, and the Archpriest of Iona's power is equal to the number of creatures in your party. And it is a cleric, so at minimum it's a 1/2, but can get it bigger. At the beginning of your combat on your turn, if you have a full party, target creature gets +1/+1 and gains flying until end of turn. The likelihood of you getting a full party and limited is pretty slim. So don't expect this guy to suddenly be a 4/2 that's making something fly and get bigger. It'll likely be a 1-mana 2/2, maybe a 3/2 if you're lucky, but it's a fine 1-drop if you happen to get it. I would take a lot of other cards over this though. Arc Priests, I would lean, this is probably just like a B-, just because it's going to ask for quite a bit to really get up there and like ready to jam. It might work in green-white, where you can kind of build up the board until all your all the party out, and then you swing in. Otherwise, kind of rough. Next is Emeria's Call, which is a mythic sorcery that costs 4 white, white, white. So that's 7. Create 2 4/4 white Angel Warrior creature tokens with flying. Non-angel creatures you control gain indestructible until your next turn. That's awesome. That's not even till your end step, until your next turn. So if you can't even attack, all of your creatures that are remaining are indestructible and can block until your 4/4 flying angels can get in there. It's also a land. Emeria's Shattered Skyclave. When it enters the battlefield, you may pay 3 life. If you don't, it enters the battlefield tapped, and it adds 1 white land. Holy shit. 2 4/4 flyers in the late game is huge. And this is not even a shock land. It's more damaging than shock lands. What do we call this? Lightning lands? Shock lands? I don't know. Not shock. Strike lands? Bolt lands. That's what I was looking for. Bolt lands. That's expensive. Seven's a lot. I hope the format is slow enough that this is viable. The triple white makes it a bit scary to cast. But if you can get this off, your 2 4/4 flyers should help you like start finishing the game. I want to give it, I would lean an A- just because of the cost, but the fact that it can also be a land, so if you get this too early and you just need land out, no problem, makes it so much better. I think Emeria's Call is an A. Either an early land or just getting a game ender. I like it. A for Emeria's Call. Feldar Retreat is the next one. 3 and a white for a rare enchantment with landfall. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, choose one. Create a 2/2 white cat beast creature token, or put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Those creatures gain vigilance until end of turn. So you're making cats, and after you got enough cats, you make them bigger. Not quite the game-winning bomb, though. Because again, if you're way behind, your board's empty, and you play this, and you don't have any other lands to get out, not going to do a whole lot for it. If you're able to play this on turn 4 and continue to play lands, then it gets super good. But otherwise, it's just fine. I think Feldar Retreat is still just a B, maybe B+ in a green-white deck with stuff. Because it's only really helpful in the early game. Legion Angel is next. It's 2 white for a Angel Warrior at rare, 4/3 flying, so vanilla test is already amazing. When it enters the battlefield, you may reveal a card you own named Legion Angel from outside the game and put it into your hand. You fucking kidding me? So if for some reason you somehow are able to draft 2 of these, you keep one in your sideboard, you play this, you got yourself a second Legion Angel if it's a 4/3 flying. What the fuck? Now, that said, this is a draft. So the likelihood of you having 2 Legion Angels or more than 1 Legion Angels to make this effect go off, not really looking likely. So the 4 mana 4/3 at vanilla is fine, but the fact that it's flying makes it better. So Legion Angel is just a C. C for Legion Angel. Maybe C+, it is flying. Yeah, I'll go C+. The Luminarch Aspirant is the next card. 1 white for a rare human cleric. That's a 1/1. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Holy shit. So if you're able to play this on turn 2, you got yourself a 2/2 right here on your own, while possibly making everything else bigger. Again, late game, not awesome, but also helps break parity. Not bad. I'll give it a B- for this one. Yeah, B- for Luminarch Aspirant. Oh, White's equipment is rare. That's why we hadn't seen it yet. Maul of the Skyclaves, 2 and a white. Enters the battlefield, attach it. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and flying and first strike. Holy shit. And its equip cost is 2 white. That's the kind of stats and power you want to see. Like, even at equip 2 white, that's worth it. But the fact that it attaches to a creature immediately with all these things on top of it is very good. It needs creatures to help you. But what a powerful artifact. Either B+ or A- for the Maul. I can't decide. That's so good. Probably just B+, because if you don't have any creatures for it, it's a bit of a dud in the late game, but any other time, so powerful. I like this a lot. On to Inversion. 6 white sorcery, rare. Destroy all non-land permanents. All of them. But it's also a land. Enters the battlefield tapped. A super expensive Wrath of God. I mean, yeah, you can replace a basic with it. 8 mana is a lot. Not crazy about that one. Not first picking this anytime too soon. Maybe C+. Because you really can't, like, not play stuff and hold out until you get 8 friggin' mana. But for the 9 times out of 10, you're going to play this as a tapped land rather than be able to cast it. Maybe just a C+, I guess. Next is Skyclave Apparition. 1 white for a rare core spirit that's a 2/2. When it enters the battlefield, exile up to 1 target non-land, non-token permanent you don't control with converted mana cost 4 or less. When Skyclave Apparition leaves the battlefield, that exiled card's owner creates an XX blue illusion creature token, where X is the converted mana cost of the exiled card. I'm not sure how to feel about this. I feel like a lot of other people have been really excited about this one. Because you're paying 3 mana for a 2/2 to exile a non-token permanent you don't control. Which, if you hit an opponent's creature, they just come back with an XX creature, which generally gives them an upside on most of their things. If a Skyclave Apparition were to die somehow. It's not like removal outright, because if Skyclave ever just dies, it can come back. I do like that it hits anything non-land, enchantments, equipment, planeswalkers. Although it's still just a 2/2. Let's see. I want to see how I'm played. I lean B+ for it. I just feel like the likelihood of it dying and your opponent still getting a token creature. Flicker it, exile their token. You can't target tokens, Commander. You have to exile a target non-token permanent. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I'll have to see it. I guess maybe a B-. I don't know. That one seems funky. We'll have to see. Squad Commander's next. 3 and a white for Core Warrior. 3/3 at rare. When it's to the battlefield, create a 1/1 white Core Warrior creature for each creature in your party. So at minimum, since Core Warrior is a warrior, the commander is going to get you a 3/3 plus a 1/1 warrior token, maybe more. At the beginning of combat each turn, if you have a full party, creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain indestructible until end of turn. Again, likelihood of you having the full party, very small, but paying 4 mana for 4 power and 4 toughness worth of stats, possibly more if you got other creatures out, which you likely will. Super worthwhile. I like the Squad Commander. B+ for her. And finally in white is Tazri, Beacon of Unity. 4 and a white for a legendary warrior. It's a 4/6 mythic. Costs 1 less to cast for each creature in your party. Has the ability of 2 or blue, 2 or black, 2 or red, 2 or green. Look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal up to 2 cleric, rogue, warrior, wizards, and or ally cards from among them and put them into your hand. Put the rest on the back of your library in a random order. Damn. It's a 4/6 that can potentially be cast for less. This actually seems really good. Let's say... So if you have any other warrior out, you can get a 4/6 out for 4 mana. That alone, tight. And if you've only got, if you're only playing like a 2-color deck, like white and something else, you can essentially pay maybe 7 mana to activate its ability, which can be really good. It seems like a potential late mana sink. Dang. And if you can splash from the other color, it makes it so much better, because 5 mana, find 2 creatures, very good. I actually like Tazri a lot. I'd go A for Tazri. Just stats alone makes it good. And then if it's like you're going late, you're hitting parity, this is going to help you break parity. A for Tazri. I like Tazri a lot. Easily first pickable. Yeah, I like Tazri. I think it's worthwhile. Like, if you put this down, your opponent's going to see that and say, I have to stop that, or this is going to make me get such a disadvantage and my opponent's going to have so many creatures, I'm ruined. Like this, your opponent has to deal with this. Tazri's easily an A. That's a bomb. Tazri good. What about them blue rares, though? What we got? Oh, Cherix, the Raging Isle. What's that? A 2 blue for a legendary Leviathan Crab? A 0/17 legendary Crab? God tier. Spells your opponents cast that target Cherix, the Raging Isle cost 2 more to cast? And for 3 colorless mana, Cherix gets +X -X until end of turn, where X is the number of islands you control. This card's hilarious. Let's say your deck has at most usually 9 or 10 islands. And if you happen to get all out and activate it, it's a 10/7. But you probably don't want that many out because you don't want to make it so weak that your opponent can just like triple block and kill it. it's definitely a meme card. It's just, yeah, I mean, it's just okay. It's not going to be great at helping you win, but also good luck to your opponent getting past it. I'm gonna first pick it. Everyone else can make better choices though. Cherix is honestly just a B. But man, the memes are there. Confounding Conundrum is next. 1 in a blue. It's an enchantment at rare. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card. And whenever a land enters the battlefield under an opponent's control, if that player had another land enter the battlefield under their control this turn, they return a land they control to its owner's hand. Oh, okay. So that's an anti-Uru card. This is a sideboard card, and it's gonna be super good and constructed. You're not really looking to play this in draft by any means. And best of 3, you can bring this in if they have a lot of landfall or you're facing green. But otherwise, this is just like a C. Korlheim Chronicler is 2 in a blue for a rare Merfolk Wizard. That's a 2/2. Whenever you cast a kick spell, draw a card, discard a card. Okay. But also when he enters the battlefield, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a card with a kicker ability from it and put it into your hand, put the rest on the bottom, and in a random order. That's okay. Again, if you built the kicker deck, great. Otherwise, might be on the lacking side. Build around B. Yeah, build around B. Next up is the Glasspool Mimic. 2 in a blue for a rare Shapeshifter Rogue. That's a 0/0, but you may have it enter the battlefield as a copy of a creature you control. But also, it's a tap land. I like them. It's none of those cards where replace a basic with this guy. So that so you can have 2 crabs. You can't, because it'd be a legendary Shapeshifter Rogue Leviathan Crab. It would still be legendary, so the legendary rule would still apply. Garth, thanks for the resub. But you could create another Leviathan Crab, yes. These cards are always weird because when you got like a good board state, getting out another powerful creature is usually helpful. But when you don't have that, it sucks. But when you don't have that, you got yourself a land. So this actually makes the Glasspool Mimic pretty good. B for Glasspool. The Inscription of Insight is a rare sorcery that's 3 in a blue with kicker 2 blue. Choose 1. If the spell is kicked, choose any number instead. Return up to 2 target creature to their owner's hand. Scry 2, then draw 2. And target player creates an XX blue illusion creature token where X is the number of cards in their hand. So it's like a hieroglyphic illumination. Or, no, sorry. Chemist's Insight. But a lot of utility in there. Double bounce. Make an XX. I actually like this quite a bit. And if you happen to have 8 mana, you can do all of it. If you do all of it, dang. Like, now you got a lot of stuff. Especially if you bounce your own creature to your card, draw 2, and then make the XX. That could be a lot. Inscription's good. I like B+ for Inscription. Next is one of the Planeswalkers. Jace, Mirror Mage. 1 blue with kicker 2. A kicker Planeswalker? What? When Jace Mirror Mage enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, make a token that's a copy of Jace Mirror Mage, except it's not legendary, and its starting loyalty is 1. You literally do mirror image. Jace's ability is +1, scry 2. And for 0, draw a card, reveal it, remove a number of loyalty counters equal to that card's converted mana cost from Jace Mirror Mage. Now, a 3 mana Planeswalker with 4 toughness is pretty tough. That said, he does not protect himself at all. So this is not like a you win the game Planeswalker, your opponent's got to deal with it, or you're like fucked. But if you kick that out, you're basically able to immediately scry 4 in that turn because you can activate both of them. But he's not great. That's a lot of card advantage, though. I'd probably go B+ for Jace. Maybe B. Probably closer to B. Because your opponent still has to kill it. Because otherwise you're going to be scrying so much that your opponent will have to deal with it. But this also won't help you like defeat your opponent anytime soon. What website am I on? I'm using Scryfall. So probably just a B+ for Jace. Maddening Cacophony, 1 in a blue for a rare sorcery with kicker, 3 in a blue. Each opponent mills 8 cards if the spell was kicked. Instead, each opponent mills half their library rounded up. There you go. There's your mill payoff for your roguey boys. 2 mana, make a mill 8. Get fucked. Everything's online. Fuck you. This is 2 mana mill 8 is devastating and limited. Like, say you go late, right? And you're at the point where you can kick this for 6. Your opponent probably only has like 20, 22 cards left in their deck. You don't even need to kick it. Just still make them mill 8. That's still fine. If for some reason they have more than that, then you still mill them a lot. And it does say each opponent, so it's better in Two-Headed Giant or Commander. Fuck, I'd almost pop this in almost any blue deck I have. Just even the red-blue spells mana, just take out 8 other cards for 1. That said, if you're already losing, you're likely not going to be able to just mill your opponent 8 and then suddenly be okay. So it's not hilarious, but not like an auto win, you're ahead. So much like Jace Mirror Mage, maybe B. Potentially like build around A- for Maddening Cacophony. Next card is Master of Winds. 2 blue for a Sphinx Wizard at rare. It's a 1/4 flyer. When it enters the battlefield, draw 2 cards, then discard a card. Okay. I like that. Whenever you cast an instant sorcery or wizard spell, you may have Master of Winds base power and toughness become 4/1 or 1/4 until end of turn. This is a fun control card. A 1/4 flying body at 4 that draws you 2, discards a card is already very good. And I like that you can make its power toughness become a 4/1. And if for some reason that plan backfires, you can cast something else and switch it back to a 1/4 to help protect it. Is interesting. I like it just for the card advantage more than anything else. Again, not really going to be closing out games very well, but it's a relevant body with some card advantage, which makes it fine. Better than fine. B+, Master of Winds. B+. Nimble Trap Finder, 1 in a blue for a rare human rogue that's 2/1. You can't be blocked if you've had another cleric, rogue, warrior, or wizard enter the battlefield under your control this turn. And at the beginning of combat, on your turn, if you have a full party, creatures you control gain when this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card until end of turn. Again, looking at limited, likelihood of having a full party is close to nil, so you're not probably going to be drawing cards off of them. But he's just kind of a 2 mana 2/1 that might be able to get to attack in unblocked sometimes. Not awesome. I hate that 1 toughness. Probably just a C+ for Nimble Trap Finder. C+. The Seagate Restoration. 4 blue for a mythic rare sorcery. Draw cards equal to the number of cards in your hand plus 1. You have no maximum hand size for the rest of the game. Don't worry. It's also a bolt land. Well, white's bolt land is way better than blue's. I'd play it for the land as the option, but this side isn't awesome, especially for limited. Ugh, dang, I don't think I like this one very much at all. Maybe a B-. Like, and only B- because of the land option. Like, if it doesn't have this land option, I would probably give this an F. Easy F. But if you do go land, you can replace a basic land with this and you'll be okay. And then have a late game. Nope. Going down at C-. Maybe draw 2, maybe 3. Not great. Not great. I'll do it, don't get me wrong. But not great. Seagate Stormcaller is a mythic rare human wizard that's 1 in blue with kick across 4 in blue. When there's the battlefield, copy the next instant or sorcery spell with converted mana cost 2 or less you cast this turn when you cast it. If it was kicked, copy that spell twice. You may choose new targets for the copies. Can you play as a land and cast it as a non-land, but that loses the land? Nope. Once it's a land, it's on the battlefield. I would play this as a land, and if I have a way of bouncing it back to my hand and then casting it as this, maybe I would do it like that. But otherwise, it's not good. This is expensive, because you're basically paying 2 mana to copy your next 2 mana spell. You Seagate Stormcaller, the mill 8. Fucking got him. 4 mana, mill 16? That kicker cost, you're paying 7 mana to double cast your next 2 mana spell, which is a total of 9 mana. That's too much. Ugh. Yeah, limited. Not really looking to kick this. Otherwise, it's just kind of maybe okay. If you got enough cheap cantrips and stuff, that I could see that kind of going off, especially anything that makes you draw a card. Probably just like a C for Seagate Stormcaller. I like the Stormcaller more than the land sorcery. And finally, we got the Thieving Skydiver. 1 in a blue for a Merfolk rare 2/1 with kicker X, but X can't be 0. It's flying. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, gain control of target artifact with converted mana cost X or less. If that artifact is an equipment, attach it to Thieving Skydiver. I like that. I'm into that. There's enough equipment showing up, especially with the instant attached, that if you're able to deal a card for even 4, great. And you know what? Even at 2 mana as a 2/1 flyer, I would still play it. Thieving Skydiver is very, very solid. B for Thieving Skydiver. Moving on to black. Oh boy, Agadeem's Awakening? X black for a mythic rare sorcery. Return from your graveyard to the battlefield any number of target creature cards that each have a different converted mana cost of X or less, and it's a bolt land. That's a very good late game card. That's a really good late game card. You want to pay this with at least 6 to get the most value out of it. If you can pay 7 for and get 4 creature cards back, that's like right where the sweet spot is. So yeah, this is definitely one you want to play it as the land for sure. And if you are able to cast it late to get a bunch of creatures back, worthwhile. Now you're only getting a lot of cheap creatures back, so you're not exactly going to be like blowing your opponent out, but you are going super wide very quickly. So it's still pretty good. Give it a B+ for Agadeem. Coveted Prize is a rare sorcery for 4 and a black, but it costs 1 less for each creature in your party. Search your library for a card, put it into your hand, then shuffle your library. If you have a full party, you may cast a spell with converted mana cost 4 or less from your hand without paying its mana cost. No. No. This is an expensive vampiric tutor or demonic tutor. You're not going to have the full party paying 5 mana to find any other card in your deck. No, you don't want this. Coveted Prize is an F. F for Coveted Prize. If you somehow build the full party and you can find a card and immediately cast a 4 mana card, all power to you. But you're sure making a lot of effort just to make this one card work. F for Coveted Prize. Please don't play this. Drana, the Last Blood Chief. I know the person who made this art. This art rules. 3 black for a legendary vampire cleric at Mythic, 4/4 flying. Whenever Drana, Last Blood Chief attacks, defending player chooses a non-legendary creature card in your graveyard. You return that card to the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter, and it's a vampire. Fuck yeah. Super good. 5 mana, 4/4 flying on its own. Great already. And as soon as it starts attacking, you start getting more creatures back onto your graveyard. Super good. Yeah. A+ for Drana. Drana is an A+. Next card is Hagra Mauling. 2 black for a rare instant. The spell costs 1 less. To cast if an opponent controls no basic lands. Okay. And it's destroy target creature. And it's a tapped land. That's some good removal. We're playing limited. Your opponent's gonna have basic lands. So you're playing 4 mana for an instant speed destroy target creature. So pretty good. B+. B+ because you also got the land option. Is it good enough to change colors in the draft? If I see this pack 2, yes. I'll make black work. B+ for Hagra. Next, we got Inscription of Ruin. 2 black for a rare sorcery with kicker cost 2 black. Is choose 1. If it's kicked, choose any number. Target opponent discards 2 cards. Mind Rot. Return target creature card with converted mana cost 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. And destroy target creature with converted mana cost 3 or less. Yep. Any one of those options is great at 3 mana. And if you can kick it, and you get all 3 of those, I mean, the chances are by the time you kick it, your opponent's not going to be able to discard a card. Yeah, this one's kind of it's pretty good. Just a B for Inscription of Ruin. Just because once you have 7 mana, the making an opponent discard 2 cards, it's a lot of like kind of weaker effects. And if you manage to do all 3 of them, that's not going to be such a board changer. That's crazy good. But on its own, having those options is fine. I actually like this more early game unkicked. So B for Inscription of Ruin. Nighthawk Scavenger, 1 black for a rare vampire rogue. That's 1 power, 3 toughness with flying, death touch, and lifelink. More importantly, its power is equal to 1 plus the number of card types among cards in your opponent's graveyards. Holy shit. Are you kidding me? So if you mill your opponent at all, this vampire rogue gets huge. This is super good. Flying Death Touch lifelink? God damn. Land, creature, sorcery, instant, Shaman, Artifact, Aura. This thing could be like an 8/3 flying Death Touch lifelink. That's super good. Nighthawk Scavenger's awesome. Super first pickable. A. This is an A. I love them. Way good. A for Nighthawk Scavenger. Null Priest of Oblivion is next. The Vampire Cleric. 2 and a 1. That rare, but can be kicked with 3 and a black on top of it. Menace and lifelink. And when it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Great. I'm into it. The Menace helps it attack in. The lifelink helps you kind of sustain a little bit if it's a late game and you need to get a little bit extra life and bring back a worthwhile creature. Yeah. Null Priest of Oblivion is very good. B+ for Null Priest. Scourge of the Skyclaves. 1 and a black for a mythic rare demon. His power and toughness is stars. Kicker cost 4 and a black. When you cast this spell, if it was kicked, each player loses half their life rounded up. Scourge of the Skyclaves' power and toughness are each equal to 20 minus the highest life total among players. That's great. It's a 2-mana creature that you don't want to play on turn 2. And late game, you just end up having something super powerful if any player just loses life. So if you're playing this in like any kind of control deck, you still want to make sure your opponent's losing life. And yourself. Like you want to... That's awesome. For only 2 mana, that's great. I like A- for Scourge. The lack of evasion kind of makes it rough, but I like A- for Scourge. Shadow's Verdict is next. 3 black for a rare sorcery. Exile all creatures and planeswalkers with converted mana cost 3 or less from the battlefield, and all creature and planeswalker cards with converted mana cost 3 or less from all graveyards. Oh, fuck all y'all. This is a sideboard card. If you're going up against red-white aggro, and you can hold out until you cast this, that works really well. But you're really not looking at the main deck to solve. This is going to be bigger in Constructed. You take out Uro. But for Limited, not really looking to play this. This is like a sideboard C. Sideboard C. Skyclave Shade is next. 1 and a black for a rare shade. That's a 3/1. Kicker with 2 and a black. Skyclave Shade can't block. But if it was kicked, it enters the battlefield with 2+1/+1 counters. With Landfall, whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, if Skyclave Shade is in your graveyard and it's your turn, you may cast it from your graveyard this turn. That's kind of a cool black aggressive card. A 3/1, 2 mana that... Well, it's can't block, not can't be blocked. I guess if you need to keep getting a threat out just to attack in with, there you go. But more importantly, in the late game, you can cast it from your graveyard, which means you can kick it from your graveyard and make it a 5/3. Skyclave Shade is actually pretty good, now that I look at it that way. I like Skyclave. B+. Soul Shatter, 2 and a black for a rare instant. Each opponent sacrifices a creature or planeswalker with the highest converted mana cost among creatures or planeswalkers they control. Not bad. Force your opponent to sack their most expensive thing, and only at 3 mana an instant. You'll likely get a mana advantage out of that. That seems fine. A solid B for Soul Shatter. And the last one in black is Tabarak's Hope's Demise. Jesus. 2 and a black for a rare legendary demon cleric. It's a 2/2 flying. Tabarak's has lifelink as long as it has 5 or more +1/+1 counters on it. All right. And whenever another non-token creature you control dies, put a +1/+1 counter on Tabarak's. If that creature was a cleric, you may draw a card. If you do, lose 1 life. Wow. Go white-black cleric? Tabarak's looking super good in there. I'd still say just a B+ on his own. Anytime something dies, he gets bigger. If you got clerics, additional upside. I like him a lot. Maybe not quite A- range, but super good. A+ or B+ for Tabarak's. I'm into him. Yeah, you go always play green and get other ways of getting +1/+1 counters on there. 5's a lot. Though if you get him to be a 7/7 flying lifelink, fucking awesome. But yeah, B+ for Tabarak's. What's red got? A Kargon Intimidator, 1 and a red for a rare human warrior that's 3/1. Cowards can't block warriors. Fucking right. And for 1 mana, choose one that hasn't been chosen this turn. Kargon Intimidator gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Target creature becomes a coward until end of turn. And target warrior gains trample until end of turn. Neat. So you can actually eventually do all of these abilities in a single turn if you got a means to mana sack it. Otherwise, you got an aggressive 3/1 that can take out blockers. And I love that it's instant speed, so you can also do it on your opponent's turn for whatever reason. That's solid. I like them. Easy B+. Oh yeah, it also removes creature types. So you can actually do this in response to someone casting a party spell, and you just make them cowards and not party members. That's fun. B+. Leyline Tyrant, 2 red for a mythic rare dragon, a 4/4 with flying. Fuck. Already super good. You don't lose unspent red mana as steps and phases end. Okay. And then when it dies, you may pay any amount of red mana. When you do, it deals that much damage to any target. Wow. That's super good. Just a 4/4 flying for 4 already is awesome. And then when it dies, you just pump red mana until you and take out. If I go down, I'm taking you with me. Wow, that's super good. I don't know how relevant the unspent mana part is going to be. There's only a couple of cards that can really make that a thing, but that's... Love that. A for Leyline Tyrant. I dig that a lot. Magmatic Channeler is next. 1 and a red for a 1/3 rare human wizard. As long as there are 4 or more instant and or sorcery cards in your graveyard, he gets +3/+1 and becomes a 4/4. All right. You can also tap him. Discard a card, exile the top 2 cards of your library, choose one of them, you may play that card this turn. Okay. So I like that you get to discard a card to help set him up. And you're exiling the rest. That's a little scarier. So he's like a 1/3 body that becomes, and she becomes way bigger later on, and helps you find cards to play. Now, if you end up fighting like a mill deck or blue-black mill deck at all, this card absolutely works against you. Any other situation though, she seems super good. I like her. A- for Magmatic. I like that she gets bigger later on. Mortarog, Fury of Akum, 4 red for a mythic rare legendary Minotaur Warrior. It's a 6/6. Each creature you control gets +1/+0 for each time. For each time it has attacked this turn. Landfall. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, if it's your main phase, there's an additional combat phase after this phase. At the beginning of that combat, untap all creatures you control. So it's a 6/6. You go to combat, you attack, it's a 6/6. Your second main phase, then play your land. The landfall activation happens. Second combat after that gets you to another combat step. But it does not give you an additional main phase though. Okay, yeah, so you still want to play the land main on your first main phase. But I like the idea of doing it after combat as a like surprise, oops, second main phase or second combat phase. Because if you do it main phase, your opponent knows there's gonna be a second combat. But dang, that's nuts. And for some reason you're able to get additional lands. You can have like 3 or 4 combat steps in a single turn. Crazy. Just a 6/6 for 6 is fine. What an aggressive card. Interesting. I like just A for it. I like Leyline more, but this seems pretty memey. Nahiri's Lithoforming is next. X red for a sorcery. Sacrifice X lands. For each land sacrifice this way, draw a card. You may play X additional lands this turn. Lands you control enter the battlefield tapped this turn. The only situation I could see this being good is if you have like 8 mana out and your hand's empty. You pay 4, sack like 2 or 3 lands, draw 3. No. Don't play it. F for Nihiris. I'm gonna get F. F for Nihiri lithoforming. Relic Robber's next. 2 in a red for a 2/2 Goblin Rogue at rare with haste. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, that player creates a 0/1 colorless Goblin Construct artifact creature token with this creature can't block. And at the beginning of your upkeep, this creature deals 1 damage to you. So you just give them a colorless artifact creature who can attack, not block, that deals extra damage to him every turn. That's hilarious. It's still just a 2/2 haste for 3 mana. But again, the memes are up there. C+ for Relic Robber. Roiling Vortex is next. 1 red for a rare red enchantment. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, Roiling Vortex deals 1 damage to them. Whenever a player casts a spell, if no mana was spent to cast it, Roiling Vortex deals 5 damage to that player. 1 red, your opponents can't gain life this turn. This is dumb. This is an F. Nope. F. This can't play this in limited. F. At most, a sideboard D to stop your opponent from getting life, but F. Shatter Skull Charger is next. 1 red for a rare giant warrior. That's a 4/3. Kicker 2, trample haste. Holy shit. If it's kicked, enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it. At the beginning of your end step, if it doesn't have a +1/+1 counter on it, return it to its owner's hand. So it attacks as a 4/3 trample, and then just comes back to your hand until you're able to kick it. Trample and haste. The 3 mana 4/3 trample haste is good. A 5 mana 5/4 trample haste. That's actually still pretty solid. He's all right. B+ for Shatter Skull Charger. He's definitely better early on because that's like some quick hits against the Shatter with him out there. Shatter Skull Smashing is next. It's a mythic rare sorcery that's X red. It deals X damage divided as you choose among up to 2 target creatures or planeswalkers. If X is 6 or more, it deals twice X divided as you choose among them instead. And it's a bolt land. Wow, this one's awesome. You'll likely never get to be 6 or more, but if you can pay a total of 4, 5, 6 mana and take out 2 creatures with it, super worthwhile, but more importantly, it's still just like a bolt land you can play. It seems solid. It has to be creatures or planeswalkers. You can't hit the opponent with it, so you can't like do a surprise finisher. But if it can take out creatures, I like it enough. Probably just a B+ for it though, because you still got to pay a lot of mana just to get enough damage out there. Like it's still 4 mana to deal 2 damage. But the later the game goes on, the better this is. And if it's early, you just got yourself a land. Yeah, B+ for Shatter Skull Smashing. The Valakut Awakening is next. 2 in a red for a rare instant. Put any number of cards from your hand on the bottom of your library, then draw that many cards, +1, and a tapped land. So it's like a 3 mana, maybe better Thrill of Possibility. Just kind of whatever, huh? Maybe just a C for red, just a C. The Valakut Exploration is a 2 in a red rare enchantment that is Landfall. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card for as long as it remains exiled. Forever. Okay. That's just card advantage. At the beginning of your end step, if there are cards exiled with Valakut Exploration, put them into your graveyard, then Valakut Exploration deals that much damage to each opponent? What the fuck? Okay. So you can choose to play it, or if you don't play it, you just deal that damage to your opponent every time you play a land. Card advantage with some, like, damage to the opponent. That's hilarious. You still want this when you're behind on board, but if you curve out with it, super funny. I still just like a B- for it, though. Just a B-. And finally, the last rare for red is the Wayward Guide Beast. A 1-mana beast that's 2/2 trample haste. Okay. And whenever it deals combat damage to a player, return a land you control to its owner's hand. Oh, interesting. So it forces you to bounce a land back, but that's also some pretty good early aggression. I'd be really curious to see how much of a detriment having to return a land you control back to your hand is. But if you curve out low enough with a red-white aggro deck, he can go off pretty well. Got one color left. And that's green. The Ancient Green Warden is a mythic rare elemental. 4 green for 5/7 reach. You may play lands from your graveyard? Okay. And if land entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. So double landfall, play lands from your graveyard. That's awesome. Hey, Suihaku, thanks for the resub. Wow, okay. 4 green for a 5/7 reach. Play lands from your graveyard. I like him a lot. A-. A-. Just start landfalling to your heart's content with it. A-. Ashaya Soul of the Wild is a mythic rare elemental, 3 green. Power and toughness is equal to the number of lands you control, so probably 5. Non-token creatures you control are forest lands in addition to their types. That includes himself, which means this is likely a 6/6, and more creatures you have also make them forest, which is ramp, and also makes this Ashaya bigger. That's hilarious. So generally speaking, you're paying 5 mana for a 6/6. That's only going to get bigger as you play lands or play creatures. Wow. I think this is a easy A. A for Ashaya. Craigplate Baloth is next. 5 green for a rare beast. That's a 6/6. 2 and a green is a kicker cost, though. It can't be countered. Has hexproof. Has haste. And if it was a kicked, it gets 4 +1/+1 counters. So for 10 mana, you have a 10/10 hexproof haste. Fuck. If you can get some ramp, this is a good big boy to suddenly swing in with. Especially if you have like pumps or ways to protect it. 10 mana is a lot. And 7 mana is also a lot on its own and could end up being a dead card if the format is fast enough. Curious to see how this one goes. I'm leaning like a B+. Unless the format's super slow, then it might be an A-. But we'll keep it safe and just say a B+. The Inscription of Abundance. A rare instant for 1 and a green. Kicker, 2 and a green. Choose 1. If the spell is kicked, choose any number. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature. Target player gains X life, where X is the greatest power among creatures they control. And target creature you control fights target creature you don't control. Holy shit. What an amazing card. It's a fight. It's a pump. Gain life. Whatever. The other 2 abilities are super worthwhile. Especially if you can do... If you kick it, Give him the +2/+1 counters first, and then fight. Inscription Abundance, very good. A- for that one. Not going higher on it because if you don't have a creature, it's a super dead card. But I'd play this. I'd play it even without the kicker, just had the fight option on there. Instant speed, rapid bite. I like it. Kazandu Mammoth is a rare elephant. 1 green does a 3/3 landfall. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, the mammoth gets +2/+2 until end of turn, and it's a tapped land. Another 3/3 for 3 that can get bigger. Yeah, that's fine. C+. No, it's got a land option. B-. B- for the Kazandu Mammoth. Scroll up a little, sorry. Next is the Lotus Cobra. Now this fucking guy. It's a rare snake, 1 and a green for 2/1. Landfall. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, add 1 mana of any color. This is mana fixing, and this is ramp. So you could literally, at turn 2, play this. You got yourself a 2/1. You go to turn 3. Play a land. That gets you up to 4 mana. Now you can cast 4 mana stuff. That's nuts. This is one of those cards where this is going to start showing up in standard a lot. Like, imagine this guy with Uro is getting all these lands out. It's going to be stupid. Lotus Cobra is very good. Only in the early game, though. Late game, not so much. From a limited standpoint, it's an okay ramper. Without that, looking a bit on the weak side. So probably just a B for Lotus Cobra. For limited. We also got the Oran Reef Ooze. 2 and a green. For a 2/2 ooze at rare, when it enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control, including yourself. Whenever it attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on each attacking creature with a +1/+1 counter on it. Fuck. So it's an ooze that keeps oozing bigger every time he attacks if he's got himself a +1/+1 counter. Or if you make an attack with friends, your +1/+1 counter friends get a buff on there. Neat. Next up is Scoot Swarm. 2 and a green for a 1/1 insect at rare. Landfall. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, create a 1/1 green insect creature token. If you control 6 or more lands, create a token that's a copy of Scoot Swarm instead. Buggies. Build around B+. Going super wide. Making bugs, especially if you can trigger multiple times. A lot of bugs. Swarm Shambler's next. Rare fungus beast for 1 green and enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it. Its power toughness is 0. Whenever a creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it becomes the target of a spell an opponent controls, create a 1/1 green insect. And for 1 colorless, tap it, put a +1/+1 counter on Swarm Shambler. Making bugs. It's kind of a slower, clunkier way to build it up, but he can get out of control early on. Late game, though, he's just going to die. B- for Swarm Shambler. Maybe B. Just because it's good enough early on. Tajuro Paragon is next. It's a 1 and a 2 rare elf. That's a 3/2. Holy fuck. It's a cleric, rogue, warrior, and wizard. Kicker 3. Finish the battlefield if it was kicked. Reveal the top 6 cards. You may put a card that shares a creature type with it into your hand, put the rest on the bottom. Holy shit, that's super good. A 2-mana 3/2 alone is already super good. And late game, you can kick it to find another creature on top of that. Wow. Very powerful. B+ for Tajuro Paragon. It's not a whole party. It can only count for one of them at a time. And finally, Turn Timber Symbiosis, 4 green for a mythic rare sorcery. Look at the top 7 cards of your library. You may put a creature card from among them onto the battlefield. That card has a converted mana cost 3 or less. It enters the battlefield with 3 additional +1/+1 counters on it. And it's a bolt land. 7 mana, any creature out, and if it happens to be a little Babu, this helps make it a little bit bigger and viable in the late game. Otherwise, it's just a bolt land. This one's alright. I don't think it's as strong as some of the other bolt land cards we've seen, but this one's fine. Probably just a B for that. Just a B. I know I missed some of the rare multicolored ones. I don't know if I got time to go over them, to be real with you. So I know there's all the dual lands. Like, Kiri Fearless Voyager. Yeah, just the rare dual lands where it's just either 1 green mana or 1 white mana. I dig these a lot. I really like the way that these... I feel like this is going to make mana fixing in Standard way more difficult to do, which I think is going to slow the format down and make Control less viable because you don't have as much dual lands to work with. And I think that's going to help Standard a lot. And maybe make Standard mid-range way more viable. That's my hope. Yeah, sadly, I got to get going, chat. I have things to do right at 6, so I sadly can't keep going to finish the thing here. But hopefully that gives you an idea of what Zendikar is going to be back. I think it's going to be tight. But hopefully you at least kind of saw some of my mindsets for these. And maybe that helps you kind of make your own decisions and card grading on top of that. But hopefully, let's do a raid to finish up. If you liked my set review, why not watch the set review of someone who's way better at Limited than I am? Her name's Boxy. Yeah, she's just so much... She's way better at Limited than I am. And she also does set reviews. So why don't you go check her out, compare her thoughts to mine, and consider all that, see how it goes. But I gotta get going, everyone. So hit Boxy that Pro J raid emote. Show her some love. Follow her over there. She's an amazing Magic streamer. Have fun there. I gotta get going, though. Sorry I can't stick around. Thanks everyone who hung out with me. I gotta go. See you guys all later. Have a good night.